Yes, thank you. Mayor. Councilman Barnett. Mayor Pro Tem Mills. President. Mayor Fasenelli.
This time, we should have Mr. Benjamin. Would you honor us by doing the
Excuse me, I believe.
Thank you very much. Can we stand? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. At this time, we have some presentations and we have some announcements. There you go, that we'd like to make. And who received them. Do you have a list of the girls? Well, we have 4 residents who have completed their silver award that the city has provided a proclamation, and they will be honored at their bridging ceremony sometime in June. So my understanding that Mr. Mills' daughter also received that silver award.
Yes.
And at this time, can we have let's see, we've got the chairman from the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee, Vince Rossini, for a report. Oh, actually, it needs to go in the middle. That needs to go. Jared, can you move the podium to the middle? Yeah, in the middle. Remember, we've got it.
You have the PowerPoint.
Yeah, sorry, I'm
We
trying
weren't
to
in
adjust
here.
for feedback. I don't know what's going on tonight.
Madam Mayor, in the interest of time, should we take these two gentlemen for the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee while he works out the technical difficulties?
No, we're good.
Okay.
Okay.
We can't hear them.
Well, you won't be able to hear them either.
Well, it doesn't make any difference, we can't hear.
So,
No?
can you hear us? Are the mics on for us? Okay, they on now?
We lose the TV too.
Yours on?
We lose the TV sound when that happens too. Yeah. Usually get cell phone calls.
All right, do you want to take a, is it working?
Unfortunately, we need people to talk in order
Okay,
to play with it. We'll figure it out. We'll get it.
We're gonna break.
all
I'm
right,
gonna go get my
okay.
jacket.
Well, why don't we take a 5-minute break and let him get his jacket? Let's see if we can work it. We can't have the people in the back not be able to hear us. It's not going to do us any good.
We can hear you.
You can hear me?
Perfectly.
Okay, now you can hear me.
Perfectly.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead. Vince, can you talk into the microphone to see if we can hear you?
Sure.
That way we can see.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, now I can hear you. We can hear you
Testing,
now.
1, 2, 3, 4. There's a little
Okay.
feedback.
All right, well, let's go ahead then. Rick, if you want to hurry up, because we can hear. All right,
Nobody cares whether I have my jacket or not.
you don't need your jacket,
Just feel naked.
do you? All right. Well, just talk loud, just in case the
Yeah.
mic goes out.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, city staff, residents, and guests. My name is Vince Rossini. I'm a resident of Valley Drive. I'm a law enforcement professional by trade, and I stand before you tonight as the chairman of the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee. I'd like to kind of introduce the team of professionals that I have been blessed to work with over the past 3 months. If I could have you gentlemen stand up. We've got Wayne Silzel with Neighborhood Watch, long-term resident, city councilman, and correct me if I'm wrong, mayor? Former. We have Jay Wasserman, John Whitman, and Richard Murd. There are a couple other gentlemen that could not be with us this evening, but the combined total of law enforcement experience for these gentlemen, including the two that are not here, and of course our lieutenant, is well over 180 years. Next slide, please. Go ahead. The first assignment for our committee was to prepare a report on the status of law enforcement. We wanted to focus on two things: crime prevention and traffic control. Those two things we saw as primary issues that faced our community and that we were tasked to try to deal with. Next slide, please. We have some excellent resources in the city of Villa Park. The Orange County Sheriff's Department is an outstanding agency, recognized for a number of different disciplines, led by Lieutenant Gunzel, police locally. He's, we're really blessed to have him with us. He's got some outstanding deputies. And then, of course, we have mutual aid with a variety of cities, including Orange, as well as some of our other state and local partners. We have a school resource officer, which works within the schools to help deal with issues. We have our Neighborhood Watch program. It is a fantastic program, and we're hoping to expand its influence within the community. Next slide, please. The overall assessment of crime within Villa Park is, everybody agrees it's low. Could it be lower? Absolutely. Are there some slightly disturbing trends? Absolutely. Crimes of greatest concern are robbery, residential burglary, stolen vehicles, and grand theft. Most of these crimes are crimes of opportunity, and we're working as a team to try to curb these issues. Go ahead, next slide. The graph you see here represents a 4-year comparison of crime in Villa Park. And of particular note, I would take a look at the gold line, which shows high priority crimes. There's an unfortunate and disturbing trend from 2013 to 2014, which shows those higher priority crimes going up. And that's, in our opinion, in large part due to AB 109 and Prop 47. And we're working with Orange County Sheriff's Department, Neighborhood Watch, and our own residents to see what we can do to curb this trend. Go on. Some of the recommendations that our committees come up with in conjunction with the Orange County Sheriff's Department are license plate readers, increased neighborhood watch. We're looking to seek out new funding sources separate from Villa Park's general fund. We're looking to expand the Orange County Sheriff's Department Reserve Officer Training Program to include Villa Park residents for Villa Park's use. Next slide, please. We're looking to implement a volunteers in policing program through the Orange County Sheriff's Department Reserve Training Program. We're trying to combat the increasing number of residential burglaries and robberies. We're trying to find additional resources to deter these property crimes, as they will likely result in a more serious crime or more serious crimes against our homeowners. Next slide, please. Of the traffic safety issues, stop signs, speeding, jaywalking, possibly on Villa Park Road, distracted driving, cell phone use. We're also looking at trying to engineer our streets better. More signage, looking at some of the streets that are substandard, and see what we can do given our financial our financial constraints, to work within our budget, but also to see if there's some non-traditional sources of funding. Also, a big one that obviously has been a hot button issue of late, is the inadequate and safe drop-off and pickup of parking at the Orange Unified School District campuses. Next slide, please. The priority concerns of our residents are pedestrian, cyclist safety, motorist safety, access for emergency vehicles, especially in our school areas, enforcement of existing laws, education of residents and teen drivers attending Villa Park school campuses, and then again, roadway engineering. Next slide, please. Traffic safety recommendations. We're looking to increase enforcement, emphasis by our full-time deputy as well as our SRO. They have a tough job, but we're trying to get as much as we can out of them. Zero tolerance enforcement in school zones and neighboring residential streets. There's just too many kids and too many cars, and we're trying to do what we can to get everybody to work together. The addition of traffic signs, barriers, and a review of substandard streets for future improvement. Next slide. For fiscal year 2015 and 2016, we're looking to address, again, what the budget recommendations are from the council, what projects would be approved, what projects might be put off on a long-term basis that we can work towards, reevaluate our crime priorities, our traffic priorities, and enhance statistical reporting to the community. And again, do an update on our law enforcement report in 2016. That's what we have.
Okay. We have an item that's on our consent calendar that we're going to move up that has to do with the committee.
By all means.
All right, and that is going to be, what item is that? So we also have a report on our closed session that kind of coincides with that.
It's got 13.
Oh, 13.
Can I make one comment on what actually what he was addressing? I noticed, as I recall, that the trend on the more serious crimes continued on up into 2015. I looked at the first 4 months, and it was disproportionate from 2014, which was appreciably higher than the prior year. So this trend is continuing not only through the chart you provided, but it's continuing right to date in 2015 up.
That is unfortunately true.
Okay,
Yeah,
just want to
we're-
confirm I read that right.
We are looking at current month-to-month statistics, trying to establish trends, trying to find out, is it a particular area, is it a particular type of structure, what are the commonalities, and as of yet, a lot of crimes of opportunity. We need to protect ourselves better.
If you would stay for one moment, because what we're
course.
going to talk about. So would you like to give a scenario, what happened during our closed section, and then we can go ahead and move up 13?
Yeah, the council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4 and 54957, and no reportable action was taken.
Okay. There was an item that was presented from the Law Enforcement Committee to the council that we took to closed session, in which we didn't make any, we made a decision on it that we were not going to pursue it. And what it was a recommendation, let me get the words right, to council from this committee to file an inverse condemnation claim against Orange Unified School District. In other words, you were recommending that the council file a lawsuit against Orange Unified School District. So I have a few questions regarding the meeting that took place and how that recommendation came about, because that's a serious issue to bring to council. So when I pulled the meeting agenda, there wasn't anything on the agenda. There were 6 items, and there wasn't anything on there regarding any sort of issue with OUSD. Okay, so that wasn't on there. I asked for the minutes from the city, and what I was told is that because this wasn't a sanctioned committee, it was not required under the Brown Act to have minutes taken. Am I saying that correctly?
It is a sanctioned committee of the city, but minutes of committees are not required to be taken.
Okay. So because of that, I have to ask some questions, because I don't have anything to refer back to.
By all means.
So, who was present at this meeting?
All members of the committee.
Okay, so all members of the committee, and based,
Except me.
based on this,
Beg your pardon, except for Councilman Nelson.
okay, except for Councilman Nelson. And who else was in this public meeting?
To my knowledge, there was no member of the public. There was our city manager and Lieutenant Gunzel.
Mrs. Zell?
That's correct.
And Mrs. Zell is a member of the public?
Beg your pardon, that's correct. She was.
Okay. All right, so this was discussed with the public. Have any of these committee members ever gone to an Orange Unified School District board meeting recently or spoken to any of the board members about this issue?
You would have to ask the individual board members, but I did, on behalf of the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee, reach out to Councilman Barnett in an effort to help and assist him with his efforts to bring Orange Unified School District to the table so that we could resolve this issue. Try to provide leadership to, I should say on behalf of the committee, for our community, and as of yet that opportunity has not been taken, but I have a feeling that that might be in the future. But you'd have to ask individual members, ma'am.
Well, what's happening here is I'm trying to find out how something that wasn't on the agenda got discussed without any discussion with an Orange Unified School District board member being involved, and that is not the superintendent, there's board members involved with that, how it got to that, and how the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee, which that's not their role, would come to council and say, we want you to sue Orange Unified School District.
Madam Mayor, with all due respect, I think that's a conclusion that is beyond what the recommendation was. The recommendation was to look into whether or not this was a viable option, given the unwillingness for Orange Unified School District to provide safe off-site parking for the residents, the children that attend these schools, the faculty. There's a continuing problem in this community, and with all due respect, Madam Mayor, there seems to be an unwillingness by this council to take the issue up in earnest and in unison, which is the kind of leadership that candidly the council needs to offer when there's an issue of this significance and magnitude facing our community. So a motion was brought by a committee member. It was seconded and unanimously voted upon by the
On
committee.
an item that was not on the agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
You can't do that.
Okay. Well,
I mean, it can't occur because you didn't have no one had the opportunity to come up and to speak about this. And quite frankly, for you to sit up there and say that this council is not taking this issue up is not fair to us. We have been dealing with this now for months. Some people like what we do, some people like what we don't do. There isn't the right answer, but we're working on it. But when this committee was formed,
Mayor?
it was not formed, hold on, it wasn't formed for this purpose. And I'm bringing this up, and I hate to bring this up in this public manner, but unfortunately, this issue was brought to us in this way. So I have to ask the questions. And I don't have any way to go back and find out how the decision was made.
Madam Mayor, a motion was brought forth by a member of the committee, and it revolved around the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee report and the issues that were brought up involving that report. So I would say it's tangential to the overall role of what our committee is, and I would respectfully disagree with the fact that, yes, the council has been debating this issue, but as far as the leadership and acting in unison, I don't think the public out here would agree with your opinion and your synopsis of what's been going on.
So what
With
schools
all
are
due
we,
respect.
what schools are we talking about when it comes to traffic?
I think all the schools on Serrano Avenue, I think that there's.
You know we have other schools,
Yes, ma'am, I do.
and so those don't count.
No, ma'am, I did not say that, ma'am.
To bring an item to this council that for us to file a claim against Orange Unified School District is something that's quite serious. We have 4 schools in this city, and we work with them. They have our parks, we play on them, they educate our children. I don't
I'm well
believe
aware
this
of
is
all of
what
these
this
factors,
committee was formed for, and I would like the 2 council members, I'm just requesting if maybe we can have a meeting and sit down before we bring this back to council to decide whether or not this committee is actually going in the area that it was supposed to go towards.
Well, I
It was
thought public
supposed to be,
safety
it was
was, ma'am.
supposed to be here to look at protecting us. And what it's turned into is a Serrano, Featherhill, Dotson, Saravilla issue. And I, quite frankly, and with respect, don't think you should be telling us that we're not doing our best to solve a problem that is 20 years old there. Because it's been on our agenda every month, and we're trying.
Well, Madam Mayor, I serve at the direction of the council. I'm a volunteer in this community, and I would respectfully disagree with your opinion about what this committee is doing. And there are a number of other issues that we are looking into, and I think this is a difference of opinion. But I serve at the pleasure of this entire council.
Well, this
If I can make
this
a
council
comment.
decided that it would not be taking up that claim with Orange Unified School District.
You know, I have to agree with the mayor on this one. I think for the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee to agendize a proposal that we file an inverse condemnation action against Orange Unified, that's really a reach, Vince, with all honesty. That really is a reach. That's not a good action anyway. The prospects of that are poor at best. So I have to agree with her on that. I think that's really, really reaching for the advisory committee on law enforcement.
Anyone else have anything? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on, we are going to have a presentation from the Orange County Fire Authority.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, members, city staff, and community members. My name is Battalion Chief Jeff Hoey, work at Battalion 3, serve Villa Park. Tonight I want to bring up two things before you. The first is for our city stats for our response for the past month. We've had 23 calls for services. All have been emergency medical service or type of service calls. We did have one significant traffic accident within the city, and the sheriff is going to talk about that when he comes up. Lastly, I'd like to just highlight the importance of drowning prevention, especially as we come into summer. And we've had a number of both fatal and near drowning with children in the past 3 weeks within the area that we serve. And so just along those lines, I wanted to encourage a couple of safety tips for our community members that are here. One is prevention, and that means utilizing layers of barrier protection around your pool, around your spa, fences, pool covers, that type of thing that can keep your kids out. Any door alarms that would alert you to a door opening. One of the drownings that happened was a child that was able to get a door open, and that didn't turn out so hot. Second would be just supervision. Anytime there's a body of water accessible to a child, an adult needs to be watching that body of water, whether it's a 5-gallon pail of water or a pool or a jacuzzi, anything like that. And then just preparation for everybody. You should know CPR. If you don't, you can learn it. It's a fantastic skill to have. And also to understand how to swim and do rescue out of a basic pool and like that. We have water safety and drowning prevention information on our website at www.ocfa.org. And if you would like to, please visit that website and take a look. Are there any questions from the council? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Gunzel, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. For the April crime report, as Councilmember Barnett brought up, the crime trends are increasing. If you look at the specifically the residential burglaries from this time last year, we had 1 in a 4-month period. We're up to 10 currently. Some of the things that we're doing to help try and alleviate that through the Law Enforcement Committee and Jay Wasserman's assistant, we are trying to increase our Reserve Bureau and the number of vehicles that are up watching the streets. Anyway, so whether it's attributable to the new law, that's speculation at this point, but our crime analysis is trying to capture the data as to the trends. So that's not something I'm gonna positively report on, but my opinion is it is. But anyway, to get more into detail about the specific crimes, there's 1 residential burglary. In that one, the victims had contractors working on the property where they're out of town, and the suspects pried open rear French doors and gained entry. There was 1 vehicle burglary. That one was an unlocked vehicle. There were 4 incidents of grand theft. The first one was an unlocked vehicle. The subject removed a cell phone, iPad, and a watch. The second one was a suspect removed all 4 wheels and tires from a vehicle. The third one was an unsecured trailer that was taken from someone's property. And then the last one was another construction project where the house was vacant and under construction, and the suspects removed large quantity of kitchen appliances, new kitchen appliances. And then there was also vandalism where someone threw an egg at a kitchen window. So unfortunately, we are, like I said, the number of incidents are up. But 1 residential burglary, hopefully we can keep a handle on that. As Orange County Fire did allude to, there was 1 serious traffic accident. It was up on Saravilla, as you probably know. This was a single car, not to get into details because I can't, but it was a single car rollover traffic collision. And early investigation indicates unsafe speed, and it was raining that day. So it was unfortunate. The victim in this crash was not wearing a seatbelt, so was ejected from the car and died. So that's about as much detail as I can give on that collision. So that's all I have. Does anybody have any questions for me?
No.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we have some announcements. We did have our annual picnic. The foundation put on a beautiful time on Sunday, if you were able to come out. It wasn't hot for the first time in a while. It was a little bit cool, but it was very nice. Kids got to play a little bit. We have a seminar coming up on June 3rd that is a safety seminar that's being presented by the Red Cross. It's for earthquake safety. In conjunction, we have the Orange County Board of Supervisors is providing earthquake buckets for the residents that do attend, that with list of things that you would be able to put in it. So if you are around, it's going to be starting at 7, it'll go to 8:30. There was a packed town hall meeting here for Serrano Water. I recognize some of you from being here. If you weren't here, it is online. Sometime in the next day or so in your mail, you'll be receiving a notice from Serrano Water that will give you your baseline of how much water that you're supposed to be consuming prior to them giving you a penalty or fine, whichever way you'd like to look at it. So if you don't get it in the next few days, give them a call, but it will be there. The penalties are high if you don't reduce your water by 36%. So we're not Serrano Water, but we certainly care very much for our residents, and we just want you to be aware of it. We have had a meeting with Orange Unified School District. They have reduced their water by 75% already. They have turned everything off, and they are submitting plans to the water district to show them what they've done. So they are doing their part, all the districts. They've hired somebody specifically to do that, and we had a nice meeting last week with them, so it was a very pleasant meeting. It was information that we received that we didn't have at that town hall meeting. Greg, you have a public service announcement from Vector Control?
I'm the representative to the Vector Control District for our council. There is a new invasive species, and Jared will bring it up in a second. This one is called the yellow fever mosquito. It is a very insidious type of mosquito because it's a day biter, which is different than the vast majority of mosquitoes. And also that it can lay eggs in your flower pots, in the saucers underneath your flower pots. Even though they're dry, they can reconstitute their eggs if they're wetted again. So you need to be rather careful about this one. And this is what it looks like here. Can you go to the second slide, please? This is the actual cell phone. They actually were able to capture this. This is a brand new species that's come in to our area. This was captured up around the bend of the river. So it's a part of Anaheim next to Placentia. And so it could be anywhere. And it could come from anywhere, but in that area right there where you see the star. If you could jump down to the sixth slide, Jared, so I don't want to take too much time here. In this one, this is a lot of people have lots of plants in on their back deck, inside their bay windows, etc. In this particular case, these folks put a netting around their outside patio, not realizing that actually somehow the mosquito had gotten inside their house. The mosquitoes are actually inside their house and coming outside to attack them during the day. It's a new kind of mosquito, so I'd like you to be aware of that. If you have day-biting mosquitoes, please call Vector Control. They'll be happy to come out and try to get samples of those mosquitoes, because it's something we need to get rid of right away. This can cause a lot of trouble, a lot of sickness that lasts, weeks at a time. And there could be fatalities over the long run, depending on the person's immune system at the time. So that's what we'd like to impart to you tonight. And this will also be up on the Channel 3 and the website as well. Thank you.
Greg, where did
Yes,
that,
Mary Beth. There's different methods. We have to capture them and destroy them, basically. Yeah. And spraying helps too, of course.
They're more toxic and more dangerous than regular mosquitoes?
Yes, because it's a new species. We don't know a lot about it yet, but it's very prevalent in Southeast Asia and also parts of Africa, depending on the moisture here. Because we irrigate, even though we don't have a lot of water this year, the last few years. There's enough of it around, but the big thing is that the eggs can be laid into saucers. Even though they dry up, you think that eggs will be destroyed once they've dried out. They don't. They can reconstitute themselves, and they can live for several years like that, remain dormant, and then pop back to life. Not every one of them, but a significant portion. So it's one of those things of nature. It's interesting, yet,
Well, thank you.
Is the mosquito toxic, or is it just?
yeah, of course they are, yeah, sure.
So
They're called the yellow fever mosquito. Yeah, so, anyway,
Well,
that's
thank
it.
you.
Thank
If you'd like to hear more detail, if you stay to the end of our meeting, we all talk about everything that we went to. We wanted,
That's right.
but this was really important to make sure that we get it up at the front to do that. At this time, I'd like to open up public comment. We have some blue cards in the back. If you would fill one out with your name and your address for what item is on the agenda, or if it's just public comment, and provide it to our city manager. He will bring it up to us. You're not required to fill it out, but I do take them in order of the cards first, and it makes it a little easier on us. But if you choose not to fill one out, you're certainly welcome to speak after the blue cards are done. At this time, public comment, talk about anything that is not on the agenda. And we have a spokesperson here from Congressman Mimi Walters' office, and is it Ren Fenjnik? Rainiac, okay. Oh, I see there you go, I see an F here. Well, welcome.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, City Council members, I just want to thank you for allowing me to come here tonight. My name is Ben Rainiac. I'm one of the Congresswoman's District Representatives, and I just want to offer up my services. If there's any way that myself or our office can help the city out in any way, we're very happy to do so. So feel free to contact our office or any one of your constituents. We're more than happy to oblige. So thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Mr. Jim Karas.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jim Karas. It's a pleasure to be here before you tonight. I am the Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of AmeriCare Ambulance Service, the city's contracted ambulance service for the past decade. As I'm sure you're aware, the county has recently undergone a competitive process, which was finalized on April 28th, and effective June 1st, the city of Villa Park will be included in a new region, and there has been a new provider selected, so effective June 1st, you will be receiving services from another provider. So we wanted to come tonight before you and just say thank you very much for 10 wonderful years. We've really been honored to serve the citizens. The city of Villa Park was AmeriCare's first 911 contract for primary services in Orange County. So we've always held this area near and dear to our hearts. And but you'll be in good hands with quality service. And so thank you very much. Unless there are any questions, I just wanted to come and say goodbye.
Fine. Thank you for your
Thank
service.
you.
Mr. Wasserman, Jay Wasserman.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I would like to just expand a little bit on one of the things I'm doing on the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee, one of the things that has been assigned to me, or I should say that I volunteered for, and that is our volunteers in policing. We already have some reserve deputies assigned to the city of Villa Park, and they are doing efforts right now to try to prevent burglary. They're doing a burglary patrol, and we're trying to expand that program. Furthermore, there was some desire by Neighborhood Watch to involve more residents in the program, and I suggested that we start with block captains in the Neighborhood Watch program. We were looking at starting a volunteers in policing program, and I suggested that we have all of our interested parties go through the sheriff's PSR program, which is Professional Services Responder Program, go through the sheriff's training, get background screened, and then be assigned to Villa Park. And then at that point, we can assign duties and details as everybody sees fit. And so I think my first request came in for me to speak at a Rotary breakfast, and I'm going to try to get somebody from the Sheriff's Department to also come, who's in charge of the PSR program specifically, and try to start spreading the word. So I just wanted to use this forum to let you know what we're doing there, and that we are looking for volunteers if anybody is interested. It's a non-strenuous, It's not an arrest type situation, it's eyes and ears,
PSR stands for,
professional services responders.
and how much time would that take a volunteer to do that?
It is entirely up to the individual. There are no minimum requirements, only a maximum requirement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Jay.
Okay. All right, Mr. Sizell, item number 4. Let's see, what do we have here? Oh, no, let's see. Is that, you want a public comment, Wayne? Or is just, are you on a, you've got 4, 5 here. So do you want public comment or do you want a specific item?
I would like to discuss the issue with the traffic in the school.
Okay, then let's
All right?
wait till, let me get past let me get to traffic then. We're not on that. Okay, all right. And Mr. Kirschner, do you have a public comment? I do. Okay. All right. So you're-
I'm Howard Kirschner, I live at 9872 Oakwood Circle. I'd just like to ask 1 or 2 key questions of the council. We have 2 significant bodies that affect our lives in Villa Park, you and the school district. School districts have been vilified here repeatedly in recent months. The school district needs the city's support in terms of its key objective, and that's improving the schools through the bond issue. But my basic question is, what's happening with the board relative to relationships development with the school? What actions are you taking to interact with the school district to foster a different set of relationships that is cooperative and positive?
Thank you.
Is there an answer to that question?
Probably later when, in the other discussion. At this point, we can't answer. All right, is there any other public comments? All right, at this time, we'll close public comment, and we will move on to public hearings. And item number 3, to waive reading in full of all ordinances and resolutions on the agenda. Do we have a motion to waive the reading?
Second.
A vote, Mayor Pro Tem Mills,
Yes.
Councilman Nelson,
Yes.
Councilman Barnett,
Yes.
Councilman Colacott,
Yes.
Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 4, consideration of Serrano Avenue restriping traffic plan. Okay. I think I'm going to move into public comment first. All right, so first speaker would be Mr. Kirschner. Would you like to speak on item number 4 on the restriping?
No.
Okay, no. All right. Okay, that's all right. Okay, Mr. Sizell, I have you down here for number 4 and 5, so could talk about 4.
Thank you, council, for hearing my comments. I'm Wayne Silzel. I live in Villa Park and down on Montana Circle. Almost 30 years ago, I don't know, it's 31 or 32 years ago, we lost 2 children to traffic accidents in front of schools. I was on the city council at the time, and there was a lot of debate over installing the first traffic signal in Villa Park. Yes, we have them at Villa Park Road and Serrano and so forth, but those are under the maintenance of Orange. So there was resistance of turning our rural community into an urban city by putting a street light up. The children were from Cerro Villa. First one died by an accident, jumping out in the street, not at a crosswalk, kind of playing chicken with the car. Sometimes when we were young, we might have tried the same thing, so I don't cast blame on the child. But I sure cast blame on the fact that it had to happen. Taft Avenue was a 4-lane street at the time, and we were all dismayed at the loss. 4 months later, another child from Cerro Villa jumped out, not to get in the crosswalk, to play the same game, and got hit with the mirror and killed him. All this time, for 4 months, the council debated on whether to slow that traffic down. It was passing through at school hour to go to work. About 130 of the students carried candles in here, lit candles, completely filled this room. called us murderers and spoke for about 45 minutes with tears and a lot of emotion. That night we approved the installation of a signal at Nichols and Taft. There was another 3 months wait because the boom that carries the signal was not available. They were backlogged on construction, and we finally put it up. And we haven't had any fatalities since. We had a restriping plan and narrowed it down to 1 lane each direction, and that by the school, and widened the bike lanes, and the issue was resolved with the generous cooperation of the school district to reroute traffic and so forth. So I am very much interested in safety. I'm also concerned about liability, and I believe that we've been served adequate notice that we have a risk factor here for months, the entire school year, if not before. So I did some research. The total enrollment in our Villa Park schools is 4,751 students. That's about 80% of the population of Villa Park by numbers. 4,163 of them attend Cerro Villa and Villa Park High School. Now, with the modern era of automobile traffic to and from the schools instead of bicycles and walking, I would guess there's at least 2,000 to 2,500 cars a day coming in and picking up their kids or dropping them off and picking them up. That represents a large, incidentally, there's about 1,500, there's a total of about 15,000 students in the Orange Unified School District, and a third of them are coming into, almost a third are coming into Villa Park. So we have a huge population of students. Incidentally, only 9% of them are Villa Park residents. So it's the traffic issue, bringing kids to and from school, creates a tremendous liability, not to mention the physical risk to the students. So the urgency of the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee is one to protect not only the students and the parents and the tempers and so forth, and the residents who are putting up with this, the urgency of doing something to attract the attention of the school district to deal with it. They have, through open enrollment, increased the enrollment in our schools, which we're delighted to have the kids here, but we don't have the streets to accommodate regional schools. They were built as neighborhood schools with neighborhood streets, and we simply can't deal with it without doing some major changes. And the changes will require some restructuring of traffic patterns as well as drop-off zones that are off the street so that there's room for emergency vehicles to get through during those hours should someone on Feather Hill or one of the other streets have an emergency. So with that in mind, you can imagine my support for the Law Enforcement Committee to advise the council. We think you should do something and to get the attention of the school district. They are aware of it. I've talked to 2 of the school board members.
We're talking about the striping.
I'm talking about whatever we can do.
Okay, well, we're
Let the
talking about the
engineers work
striping
out.
right now, so.
Okay, well, I made the general comments.
Thank you.
My point was to make the urgency well known.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks to all of you.
Do I have any other public comment on item number 4?
I'm not on the list, but may I talk?
Come to the podium, yes, if you please state your name and your address.
Mary Beth Felson, I live on Feather Hill Drive. The striping proposal, I would recommend you hold off on any decision on the striping proposal. And my reasoning for this is, given the item number 5, where we are considering opening Feather Hill Drive and Serena and Dodson to parking, that is such a major change that we have to evaluate the impact on this whole plan. We based this plan after lots of thinking, and we now have a unexpected change in what will be an unexpected change in the traffic flow. So I think that we need time to think about this. We had almost no warning on the proposal that follows this one. So that's my recommendation.
Thank you. Any other comment on item number 4? State your name and address.
Yes, Heidi Myrena, I'm a resident of Orange, 2190. I apologize for not sending up my blue paper. As Mary Beth has mentioned, we have spent a lot of time working on this proposal. Once again, it has been changed, thought over, reviewed. I know Mr. Barnett has done research. He's worked with people. You all have looked into information. I wanted to clarify on an email that you received, Mr. Barnett, from Mary Beth Felsen on the 25th of May at 10:16 p.m. She wrote that the PFSO at the school has directed people to park on Feather Hill because no parking of vehicles are allowed in the school drive-through until 10 minutes before classes end. That is 100% untrue. As a former PFO president, it has never been dictated to our parents. As somebody who originated the traffic program at Serrano, I can promise you 100% that has never been said to anybody. We do not dictate for our parents to park on Feather Hill. We ask our parents to park where there is parking and where it is safe. We tell no one to do that. Also, she indicated the change for school times was K through 3 to 2 o'clock p.m. That is actually inaccurate information. It was discussed information, and she should actually email you only the information or address it when we have the facts. She and the committee, the Hidden Jewel Committee that we meet with to discuss traffic, has reviewed options for changing times. We've looked at it, but nothing has been set in stone, so I don't want you looking at your emails with inaccurate information. We understand that restriping, and we've discussed it in our meetings, can affect the traffic flow and can help move vehicles in and out of your neighborhoods. Showing respect for your neighborhoods is what parents like to do. We don't always have the most courteous people. I think any city has problems with that. But we do need to move forward with something to promote the safety, promote moving traffic, and to also help the residents of Villa Park. So I ask you to please consider moving forward with one of the options that we have sent in countless meetings and reviewed time and time again. Thank you for your time.
Item number 4, any other public comment? Seeing none, we're going to bring it back to council, and I'll open it up for discussion.
I thought we were going to have a report from Councilman Barnett on this, about this meeting.
I'm opening it up for discussion, so whoever wants to talk first can talk
I
first.
thought his report
If you want
should
me to-
go first.
If you want me to
Only if he
talk,
wants to.
this is under the traffic plan. I mean, I was looking more to item 5, but if you want me to talk about
Well, it's,
I don't have a problem with that. I'm happy to-
what it says here is, in this one says, you report about it at the council meeting under item number 4. That's
Let
what
me
it says.
backtrack, if I can jump in here. This item was continued from the last meeting. It was continued 30 days, so Councilman Barnett can discuss with the school district and see what transpires. It was a combination of this item and the next.
Let me make it easy. I don't have a problem.
Oh,
Discuss it
okay.
If you want to hear it. I have
I'm just going by the agenda. That's what the
Yeah,
agenda
no, That's
says.
fine. So I'm happy to.
Okay.
I set a meeting. The traffic restriping was continued to this meeting, and the Feather Hill parking issue was extended out to 6 months.
Keep it to the restriping, though, on this
I
one.
understand. Okay, so we're talking about the restriping. Let's continue to this meeting. I did meet with, oh, I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me? Okay. I met as diligently as I could with Mike Christensen, the OUSD superintendent. I met with him within a few days, basically work days of that meeting. We didn't have a lengthy meeting. I met with he and his assistant. I had some discussions before, which is why I wanted to have the meeting, because it was fairly optimistic when I'd spoken to them before. So it was kind of a continuation. And, the bottom line was the options were narrowed quite a bit. One of the things I was looking for was trying to get some more parking, was to try and eat into Sarah Villa. and to get a little more parking out of the middle school there. And candidly, the first thing he let me know was that we dug up another 20 or 30 spots in the Sarah Villa parking lot, and those are available, either are or would be forthwith. So I'm assuming those are available. Then we discussed a little bit about eating into Sarah Villa to get some more cars, and we played with it a little bit. And frankly, when you look at how many cars you get without really eating heavily into that land, it's pretty limited. And then you got access issues. We had considered, I'd had an idea before of coming in diagonally, if you come in off of Santiago and come up Serrano, to turn in diagonally, add some more cars that way. The problem is you just don't get that much, and it's probably going to slow things down when they're backing out. Probably going to be fairly costly because there's grade differences there. Then you're going to start eating into the fields, and we don't have an abundance of field space here. They get heavily used. So it really began to look like not such a spectacular idea, and we kind of put that aside. And frankly, he left open the option of having those discussions, recognizing that we would probably have other problems that would be created when we did that, but he did leave that open and was willing to talk about it. What we did talk about was a couple things, was the restriping, the costs, and he said he's perfectly willing to go back to OUSD and was optimistic that they would step in and split up the costs with us on that. We talked about Feather Hill, and after listening to the numerous speakers at the last meeting, the last council meeting, I walked away from that focused on one issue because I heard so much of it. Safety, 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 and our kids in the street. And I thought about everything from restricting parking to no parking, drop off, restricting the street, not restricting the street. And then I came upon sidewalks, and I thought, oh, I know how they'll like that in Villa Park. But with all the safety concerns and that being the primary concern, I came up with an idea and discussed it with Jared regarding putting a sidewalk just on the west side of Feather Hill so it would feed around the corner and we wouldn't have kids walking in the street and getting hit. And knowing the attitude that Villa Park has towards streetlights and sidewalks, of course, that wasn't real pleasant. So we talked about, well, maybe we come up with a design committee and let the neighborhood have some participation and design some creative trail. Jared suggested that, perhaps we could even eat into the street and try not to get into the front yards because the street's fairly wide. We might be able to leave the yards alone, come up with some nice decorative type walkway or sidewalk or something to get the kids down there. And that way, it's not such a big deal. You don't have to park. You could make it no parking, just drop off. Kid goes on the sidewalk. The kids walking down the street, could come and get on the sidewalk. So that was an idea. And after some discussion, we realized that probably we're going to have a huge opposition to that. And secondly, I then reflected again on the meeting, and I thought to myself, I heard a lot of people telling me by blocking the street for parking, you've largely resolved this problem. It's so much better, and this is really kind of taking care of it. I heard a number of those people. So then after presenting the sidewalk idea, which I also presented to the superintendent and talked about funding, and he was willing to go back and see about assisting in funding that as well. Then I thought about it, and I thought, well, gosh, there's a lot of people told me that what we've done is it cleared this up, and I remember people saying, thank you, I don't have to worry about this anymore. So I thought, gosh, maybe I'm solving a problem that doesn't exist, just eliminating this parking issue. Maybe that did it, so maybe we don't need this fight with the neighborhood over the sidewalk. So Jared and I had another discussion, and we decided that if we went up maybe 5 houses, that puts us up like 500 feet.
Striping.
Pardon?
Striping?
No, I'm talking now about no park. Now, yeah, we had been discussing sidewalk, but then
we're on
when I
striping.
remembered the conversation about, it's much better now that we've limited the parking, I thought, well, maybe I don't have to press the community with a sidewalk issue, which I'm pretty sure they're not going to like. So then I called Jared back again and asked him to back off of that on my proposal, and instead of doing that, literally prohibit parking in the first 5 houses or so, because that's where most of the parking is going to be. If you go beyond that, they might as well go park.
Can I ask you to come back to the striping on Serrano? We'll
Oh, I'm-
continue
I'm
that.
sorry.
Yeah, we're
Well,
on the
it's
stri-
so-
It is, but it's
You know,
not. We need
I'm
to vote on
trying to
them
report
separate,
on
so I
what
know.
happened with the superintendent.
Right.
Anyway,
We'll
all right,
take
so
that
let's
part.
get back to the
Let's go back to the
striping, I can
striping.
carry on with that later.
Thank
So,
you. I appreciate it.
bottom line was, the school district, the superintendent was willing to go back to the district, was optimistic that the district would be helpful and participate in the restriping issue. The problems there, I know, are that the Little League's gonna have a fit because they're gonna lose their parking on the street there. Number two, we have people that are interested, including our mayor, in maintaining the bike lanes, which I also understand. So then we had some more discussion, and this is kind of it with the superintendent. Now the discussions I'm sharing with you, my discussions with staff. So then it became an issue of, well, could we stripe the street, and then outside of those heavy traffic hours where people are dropping off, picking up, could we reopen most of that for parking along in front of the school? And the consensus was, yeah, they do it in LA and other spots, and yeah, we could probably open that back up after hours. So now I've resolved some of the problems with Little League, and I got some of the parking back. I still have the problem with the bike lanes. So my next question is, can we put the bike lanes back? We really don't want kids, at least I don't want kids, riding those bike lanes during that heavy traffic. That's just asking to kill somebody. So can we put the bike lanes back after hours? And if not, could we divert them through maybe like an ADA a dip in the sidewalk? Could we maybe divert the crucial section up onto a portion of the sidewalk, put a stripe, and permit some bicycles on a portion of the sidewalk for a time? And that never got completely concluded. Where we ended up was, I think we could do some of that stuff, but we really need to look at it and see what happens. Once we stripe this, we need to look at it, see what's going on, see how confusing it is. We don't have so many stripes out here that we're going to cause an accident. So the thought was, let's carry on with the striping proposal to try and move the traffic flow. And once we get that, then let's review it and see how we can try and get our bike lanes back, even if we have to do something with the sidewalks to recover them. So that's frankly where it ended up. And I'll just tell you that on the striping issue, if that will facilitate traffic flow, I'm all for it. I don't know exactly what will happen. I had understood that came from the Feather Hill Committee working with the school to facilitate traffic flow. And if it does that, I'm all for it. I figured they were for it. And with the exception of the bike lane and the Little League, it seemed like an unopposed issue. I think we diffused Little League by getting that parking back. And I think we may be in a position to diffuse the concerns over the bikes. So bottom line is, I'm all for it if it'll ease the traffic flow. The school district seems to be willing to consider funding that with us. The superintendent would have to go back to the board, and that's where that sits. So if anybody has any insight, or there have been studies or something where we can figure out, if this is going to do anything, maybe I look to the members of Mary Beth. I look to that. We have to come now, but maybe we get some input here from that committee, because they proposed it. I don't know. I'm not a traffic engineer. I don't know what it'll do. I just know that if it'll help, I'm in for it. So that's kind of what happened on that issue with the district. They were very cooperative and, superficially willing to fund.
Thank you. Do you have any comments?
Did you say the superintendent agreed to pay for part of the striping?
Oh, I didn't hear that.
No, I'm asking him. if that's
The
what it said.
superintendent advised that he was optimistic that he would be able to get the district to participate in funding, and that he was willing to go to the board.
That's what he said. He offered to go to the board for funding.
Yes.
That's what I thought I heard.
That's not what I heard.
Well, that's what happened.
Okay.
Yeah. If I didn't make it clear, I apologize.
I thought it was very clear to me.
No, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear on that.
What was
Yeah.
said was not how much.
I wouldn't say how much. He said it was going
Yeah,
for
I mean,
funding.
we didn't get into the
understand.
details. I think it was a tacit understanding we'd try and basically split it.
So do we wait till he come up with the 10 grand to do this?
Well, I think we have to decide whether it's something we want to do. I don't think that would be the decisive issue. If that's going to assist the traffic flow in that area, I mean, that's an important item, and that's a drop in the bucket cost if it solves or materially assists that issue. So, and particularly if it does anything for safety. Now, I guess I'm drifting into the next
I'd like
item.
to ask a question from our city engineer, because we did a traffic plan 2011, if I remember correctly, which was included in our packet last time, which was a considerable amount of money, and it was extremely detailed, took several months. Do you recall at that time if that option was something that you looked at, which was adding another lane on Serrano? I don't have it in front of me anymore, so,
Okay.
and I don't remember it.
No, the old plans in 2011 did not include a third lane. We kind of like striped it in order to allow a short left turn pockets, kind of as part of the through lane, in order for the vehicles to turn into the driveway of the school. And we did work with the school district by widening the driveway itself to allow the right turn and the left turn at the same time. So that was included. But this plan, it came in as the committee was formed, with the residents and the school district and the city, is to look at how can we create some kind of path and unimpeded path for the through traffic. So this way it also would allow any emergency vehicles and so on. So we came up with this proposal, and that included eliminating the bicycle lane because of the narrow width of the street. Now, the difference between what was presented to the city council last meeting is, on this plan, is to allow parking along the fields after the school hours. So this way, parking will be available for any, little leagues, sport activities that occurs at the school or any other places. Now, there's no possibility of striping also a bicycle lane. There will be conflict, but at the same time, whenever there's no bicycle lane striped, the cyclists can use the streets, and they'll have to follow the rules of the traffic.
Well, the drivers will have to follow the new rules too, that took effect
yes.
in January.
That is correct.
That was another issue, by the way, that we considered, I didn't talk about, was the fact that after hours, apparently the traffic flow is not real substantial, and it may be feasible to let the bikes just utilize the street after hours. That was.
Well, we're not shutting the street down to bicycles.
No, we're not.
There's just not a bike lane.
It's not striped
No
bike
painted
lane.
bicycle lane.
Which is quite ironic, because if you go onto our website right now, the first thing that is on our website right now is OCTA's Bike Awareness Year and how you can participate in riding your bike. And it also was on our newsletter Friday that came out.
Yeah.
So, very important.
I saw that
I
too.
understand. I didn't mention, I forgot to point out the fact that we had also discussed, that was another option, even if the striping was too confusing, and we found that we couldn't restripe for the bikes for some reason, even on the sidewalk, for example, that during the after hours, it's not a heavy traffic flow, and it may be reasonable to put the bikes for that short period in the street to facilitate the problems during the congested period with the autos.
I'm curious if Rick and the council and the audience too, does it make sense to cone this off, to kind of try it, to make sure the striping will actually work? Do we know it'll work for sure? Instead of spending $25,000? I know you do coning already at Serrano every morning.
In 2011.
Heidi, hold on, because we can't hear you.
Get her back
So
up.
let him finish, and then we'll call you up. Hold on.
So, because it seems to me that you were also mentioning we need to kind of study this a little more about the striping, and if not, that's fine. But I think to spend $25,000, $30,000, whatever it is going to be at the end, if there's some way that we can mimic what you're planning and try it before school's out the next 3 weeks, that would make sense to me. But just to see what kind of an impediment it is.
In
'Cause it's going to be a learning process whenever we do it.
In 2011, the right-hand turn lane pocket was coned into the parking lot, and it did achieve measurable benefits. We didn't cone off with it, and we didn't do it. The city didn't facilitate that. It was all the school groups and the PFSOs and moms.
Did it, yeah.
We're not going to argue with them.
No. So it was coned off on the right-hand turn pocket, and it did work. You know, and I just think it would take too much to cone all this. I think we'd spend half of that price putting in temporary cones and delineators.
What was the cost
The time
in
being.
2011? Public comments finished. Mary Beth, sit down, please. How much
not gonna
did
sit
it?
down.
Mary Beth, please sit down. Public comment is closed, ma'am.
I need to make a
Please
comment.
sit down.
Please listen.
Please sit
I'm a
down, Mary
resident.
Beth.
Just
Mary
listen a
Beth,
moment.
Please sit down so we can continue our discussion. I will reopen public comment after the council discusses this.
We have been listening.
I will open
No one has
public
explained this idea yet.
Ma'am, please follow the
Sitting here
rules.
talking about something. Why doesn't
Please follow
Jared
the rules
sit down
and
and
sit down.
explain what it is?
Can we please have some assistance?
I'm sorry, but
Thank
we're
you.
trying to
Mary Beth,
understand,
come sit
and
down.
we can't
I-
understand because
Alcrum?
you changed the idea.
Would you
So-
kindly let
so-
us know how much did it cost in 2011, just so we have an idea how much we're spending on the street?
I have no idea. There were so many design proposals in 2011 that were considered. I don't have a cost for that. I don't think we even tallied a cost for that. We spent some money. We spent a tremendous amount of staff time. The school district spent some money widening the driveway. There was just so much that occurred and has occurred today. Nothing has changed on here from last meeting, except the green area right here is now available for parking after hours, and that was Little League's concern. This plan, no doubt, will increase traffic flow along Serrano, which was one of the major issues that we've been hearing. I can't measure it. We haven't modeled it. We don't have that ability to, but it will increase traffic.
Let me ask, Sergio, is it, and this might be more for, is it possible to put in, you know, those little flippy rubber plastic things that
Yeah.
stick up? Is it possible to put little anchors in the street where you pop those things in, those little plastic orange pop-up deals or yellow or whatever they are, so you could come out, you know, and just pop a couple of dozen of those in, and then, I don't know how feasible that would
It's,
be.
it's
pulling
going to
it.
require
It might
more,
be too much
more
work.
than a dozen, and it's those are not cheap also. So it's and one of the problems is then it becomes you're going to install them early in the morning,
Put 'em up, take 'em
then
down.
take them out, back and forth, and so on. That becomes a time consuming, and also it's a lot of work. And I think it's and probably yes, it might be cheaper than the $20,000, but at the same time, we say it's okay after a couple of weeks or a couple of months or 3 months, says okay, it works and let's restripe it, and we're just going to have a lot of those cones piled up, for.
Okay, well, we have a lot of cones already, but what I'm saying is that since we don't really, it sounds like this worked before. Is that,
That's
is
what-
everybody?
That's what I'm hearing.
That's what I'm hearing, is that it's kind of worked before. We're very confident this will alleviate a lot of the safety issue, which is the number one thing here. And that's number 5 is going to be a different issue. But because the new laws, if you're not aware, the new bicycle laws, that you're supposed to stay 6 feet away from any bicycle that's on the street. So if you have to hang back, was it 3 feet?
3 feet.
3 feet.
3 feet.
Okay,
That's not-
sorry, 3 feet. You have to hang back at least 3 feet.
Yeah.
Which is what you're getting now, anyway, with the bike lane. So that seems okay to me. But if we're confident that these coned areas worked before in 2011, and we're confident it'll work again, I think that's pretty encouraging.
What's the safety issue? I read about that and I have a note on the agenda. What's the safety enhancement with the striping? I just,
When you get the 3 lanes of travel, so now you'll have the unimpeded through lane. Right now there's only 2 lanes here. You have cars. Oh, we got 2. Who's dueling me? Oh, gotcha. So now you'll have a stacking lane. Cars were making the left-hand turn into the parking lot, and as they're stacking up along the eastern travel direction, nobody behind them can get through if they needed to go down to CV. So now we have created at least a stacking pocket here so cars can, wait to make that left-hand turn lane in. You'll have the right-hand dedicated turn lane into the school parking lot so cars can, there are 2 lanes over here, so cars can get through and safely travel out. So that will help get people out of the area.
What's the safety? Is it just frustrated, antsy people
Sure,
that may
sure.
step on it and go around or hit
There's
somebody or
concern about
something?
kids crossing the street into the school parking lot. Now we're prohibiting parking on the south side, so that will eliminate the jaywalking. You're still going to get, a parent who pulls over on the right and drops their kid off. There's nothing we can do about that except enforcement, and we cannot put a policeman at this intersection 24/7, 365.
Right.
Even
No, but-
180 days out of
But
school.
we
I'd
could
love
do-
to.
We could do it sporadically. during the week.
Sporadically, we can. And another item on the agenda is to call for more funding to do that. So the safety issue is going to try to eliminate the kids from running across the street.
Okay, so what we're doing is we're taking the pressure off a bunch of drivers that are mad, frustrated, sitting there trying to do whatever they can to get through. 'Cause I can understand that. That makes sense.
Yeah, right now you have parents parking on the right hand, on the shoulder, cars traveling around them. You have cars driving up on the curb to get around them. I mean, it's
Okay.
That parking
We
that's,
also have cars traveling in the wrong.
In the wrong other-
lane
yeah.
Just to
Trying
try
to
to get
around
past it.
the other
yeah.
side. Yeah, okay.
Well, that's-
And while kids are running out in front of them, not recognizing there's cars coming from the wrong direction.
yeah. One of the other big ones is that it opens up that through lane of travel for emergency vehicles.
So how's it going to clog up the, this left-hand turn lane from Santiago? Are people going to start clogging all this up right here?
I mean, it's still it's going to work the same, and
Who knows?
with the City of Orange traffic engineers, that they do their best to modify the timing as much as possible without also impacting the other flows of the intersection.
This intersection is controlled by City of Orange, and they've modified it now to where it's a four-way red, so everybody crosses the street at one time. So when vehicles are exiting, they don't have to wait for anybody to cross the street any longer. And you wait for a kid to cross the street, now you miss 20, 35 seconds of that light while they actually walk. So we should be able to get more cars funneled out of the area.
Do we have one or two lanes exiting now? Do we have two or one lane coming out of here right now?
We have a bike lane and a straight left
For
turn.
one lane. So this now gives us two. So the right lane
Essentially
can
two.
constantly clear out of there. Anybody wants to get out of there quick, just make a right.
Yes.
And that'll be open, and they won't be jammed up behind a guy waiting to go left.
here.
That's a huge benefit right there.
Right now,
No.
right now there is.
no.
Okay.
You can do it.
The right now, there is two lanes, one for right turn lane and the other one is straight through and a left. So it is
You can do
existing the same way, except what we're doing is extending
Oh, yeah.
the pockets much further. So this way to accommodate more cars waiting within that lane.
Right now, the pocket terminates right about here. I'm looking on another map that I have. So we're going to extend it at least, past the driveway entrance.
That
if
is
at all
As much as
possible.
possible, right?
So
As
it
much as
probably
possible.
enhances the efficiency to some extent,
It
though.
would enhance the striping plan, really, two things I would say. One is providing an additional lane as a for through traffic, so that would not be waiting behind cars getting into the parking lots, the school, waiting to get into the school or coming out. So that through traffic in both directions will remain open, and again, also, that will improve the safety by eliminating the parking and so on. As Jared says, you're reducing the number of parents parking and dropping their kids on the sides of the street and having them cross. So it forces everyone to go into the school and drop them at the school.
In combination with this, the school is also putting delineators in their parking lot right here. Because the problem is cars were turning into the school and then zigzagging to get in this lane and that lane. So now as you make the right-hand turn, you're only going to be able to stay on these two sides of the building. As you make the left, you're only able to stay on the south side. So
Okay.
it eliminates
Jared-
that.
That's in the parking lot itself. Okay.
Jared, I have a couple of questions. My understanding is that 20 or 30 parking spaces have been opened up behind Serrano Elementary and that's to replace the parking that's lost from the red striping.
They have opened up additional parking.
Okay.
It wasn't to replace this, it was just one of the
It's
extra.
just to get more
Okay.
parking.
Is the faculty going to be using that, or is, 'cause that's a little more of a hassle to get in and out of for the parents?
I don't have that answer.
Okay. Well, But the curb will be red so that cars won't park on the curb, and that'll allow more throughput on Serrano going out towards Santiago.
Is that going to be only after hours, or is it only going to be during pickup and drop-off hours? Because
side, it will be the entire time.
Correct.
24 hours a day?
Yep. On the south side, we have existing red up into its current location. So the south side will not be painted red, it will just be parking red. And then it will be posted, no parking during 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. on the school days. So after hours, when Little League's in session, they can park and utilize the field.
Where's the bike lanes being taken away?
From Feather Hill. From Feather Hill.
From Feather Hill all the way down?
Down to Santiago.
Originally, in the 2011, we eliminated the bicycle lane that is on the south side from Santiago towards Cerravilla or towards Nichols. That portion was eliminated in order to provide cars to squeeze in. And now what we're doing is eliminating the bicycle lane from Feather Hill towards the school in order to create that right turn lane into the school.
There'll be no bike lane from Santiago to,
Feather Hill.
to Nichols, isn't it?
We're only eliminating it to Feather Hill, and we're keeping the existing between Feather Hill and Nichols the same.
Oh, okay, all right.
We're not
But
touching
there
it.
is
Hill and
sidewalk on
Nichols.
both sides of the street,
That is correct.
so that pedestrians and bicyclists could.
Okay.
Well, you can't ride on the sidewalk,
is
so
very
you need-
narrow.
Understood.
Yeah, the sidewalk is very narrow. We recommend, if the children wants to ride their bicycle is to, really not ride it and mix with the kids.
Pedestrians?
And
Yeah.
maybe just push it during the rush hours, and then after that, they can ride it.
But I see people riding on the sidewalks everywhere.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
Is that against the law? Kinda, okay.
It is against the law unless the city council take an action by a resolution or ordinance to allow cyclists on sidewalks.
Let me ask one question to Akram, is that regarding making this a red stripe all the way from Feather Hill to Santiago, can we just mark it with signs as well and then let it go back later on? Because I don't think we want the pressure of parking to go back into neighborhoods on those off hours either. I think that we should let them, if it's off hours, because it's only basically an hour and a half a day total that this is a problem.
Sure.
I'm just asking a question. Did I miss it, or I'm making?
Well, that's what I just
What-
asked.
yeah.
Are we restricting the parking during the day?
Yes.
This plan
And-
calls
and
for it, yes. If you want
are.
to adjust it, then we can adjust it.
And you have an issue there for just plain volunteers coming into the school. I mean, I myself was there. I don't have anybody who goes to that school, and I went to volunteer my time there. I needed to park my car there. What did you want me to do? I'm going in there for a half an hour. I should be able to park on the street. The reason why these schools are successful is because of the time and the effort of people like myself, people that are in this audience, and our residents. And we're being treated, and we're telling people who want to come to these schools to help out, to paint, to build, not just to go out and help people read, which obviously doesn't matter anymore, but to actually physically do work at these schools. We're telling them, we don't want your car, and we don't want you here. And we're telling the kids not to get on their bike, and we're trying to take away the field over at Cerravilla. I don't understand the direction that this city is going into. I really don't. And $25,000, really? We just spent an enormous amount of money in 2011, so much that no one can tell me how much we spent. And now we want to spend another $25,000. And we don't even, okay, we'll cut in half, who knows, who knows? They'll tax us over it eventually and pay for it. And we don't know if it's going to work. School's out in 3 weeks. The traffic is going to be gone till September. I like the idea of putting cones up or sticks or string or whatever it might be to see if it works. Start it in August when school starts and see if it works. But to restripe an entire street, remove bike lanes, and to tell the kids, hey, we don't want you on your bike. We don't want the parents to come and park. This is not what I feel is the answer to this particular problem.
Ms. Mayor, are you telling me that at the school, if you go there as a volunteer for school, there's no parking at the school?
Sometimes there is. Sometimes I don't want to park in there. Maybe I don't want to park there.
Oh,
I want to
okay.
park on the street.
Oh, okay, I just thought that
I can't park
the
on
school would have
Featherville.
parking for
Sometimes
volunteers.
it's easier to park on the street, and I choose to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just like sometimes I choose to park in the parking lot at Villa
Okay,
Park
I just
Elementary.
thought there would be parking there for
Well,
visitors.
sometimes there is.
Okay.
It depends when you arrive, actually. That's the only problem.
I've never complained that there isn't parking, and I find it.
Well, there's 20 or 30 more now.
And there's 20 or 30 more now, and I know that because I went to the PFSO meeting, and people were parked back there. They moved the trash cans.
One of the little issues that Akram, no, we also originally did not have sidewalks in the city except for the safe-to-school sidewalks, correct? That's why we have those in town, correct? Is there any impact or anything we're doing that'll compromise that, those sidewalks? Do we have to keep them? I don't want to do something and then have to reverse it. That's what I'm asking right
Have
now.
the
With this plan,
have the
we're not
watchdog
touching the
on us?
sidewalk, we're maintaining the sidewalk as is, and we're having a couple of...
We don't have to do
different-
anything. We're keeping
we're not-
as is.
Yes, we're keeping as is.
Okay.
We're not touching that. And there are crosswalks, legal crosswalks, where they can cross from one side to another, at the signalized intersection and also at Feather Hill.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Well, would we still need a crosswalk at Feather Hill?
Yes,
Yeah, it'll remain there.
So it's-
Yeah.
remain.
It has to for every one of those streets.
East of Feather Hill was a passenger loading zone.
Okay.
But we could always approve this and make it subject to funding from OUSD, and if they don't pay it, we can revisit it. I mean, that would make it easier. I'm just trying to think of something that we can get
Well,
some consensus on.
I'm going to reopen public comment because there were several people that appeared to
That's a
want
good
to
idea.
speak. So if you would come up to the podium and state your name and address, that would be great. Public comment is now open.
Arlene Whitaker on Bryn Mawr Drive. I attended that meeting when we talked about striping. I asked how much would it cost. The cost was a bucket of paint. And if it didn't work, it's another bucket of paint. Last month it was $20,000. This month it's $25,000. Where's the cost going? What happened to the bucket of paint?
Oh.
Send them back my way, because I never heard that.
You're the one who said a bucket of paint.
No, absolutely not. So,
Unfortunately, Madam Mayor, we don't take minutes. You were the one who said a bucket of paint, because I asked how much it would cost.
unless you dilute it with a ton of water, you're not going to paint this entire area with a bucket of paint.
Okay, it was an
Problem is-
exaggeration, 2 buckets of paint then, and then we could redo it if it didn't work. Now we're up to $25,000. Of course I wouldn't vote for something like that. You don't know if it's going to work. Why can't we just use the bucket of paint and try it?
Yeah.
Well, we can do the bucket
Buy
of
a
paint,
bucket.
and we can also do the, just the signage too. There's other ways of doing it, but you're right, you're right.
You don't know if it's going to work. Let's try something else that's going to be less expensive.
That's what I
Thank
thought
you.
we should do, yep.
Thank you.
If I can clarify why the cost is the cost.
Government?
There's so much striping that's out there and has been removed and added and removed and added and painted red and painted white. You have to start fresh. You have to slurry the street. Start with a blank canvas and then come back and restripe it.
Do they slurry it or do they sandblast it on?
They'll
Well, there's a process that we're going to end up doing, as Jared mentioned, is there is a lot of different striping occurs and so on, and the proper way is to do it is to sandblast the existing striping, and then come in and slowly seal the whole street, and stripe the proper striping, which is as proposed.
So it's not just
yes,
striping, we're
it's not just a
slurrying.
striping,
Coming
it's
in
not
and
just a bucket of paint, you know, it's a, I think was a matter of, you know, well, it's just a small thing to do it, yes, we can get a paint and do that. But really, in order to do it properly and not to have the existing striping show, you end up confusing the drivers which lanes is which. Even if we paint the old one with black after a month or so, they'll start showing out and so on. So that's why we need to sandblast it, slurry it, and then restriping it.
So we're essentially refinishing and slurring the
We're-
street in addition, so not just a paint job, it's a sleeve.
Yeah,
it's a street.
we're refinishing the street
We'll
is
come back
also.
to it. Mary Beth?
One of my points is there's a lot
Mary
of talk.
Mary Beth feeling off Featherwood? Feather
Oh,
Hill?
Feather Hill Drive.
Thank you.
Mary Beth Felson, Feather Hill Drive. One of the concerns we had in making this proposal was, since we're opening up 2 lanes to exit the street, that we had to make those lanes permanent. And the concern was that you can't make them bicycle lanes at some times and open for parking at others, because there would be confusion. So I know there's been a lot of talk tonight about flexibility, keeping the bicycle lanes, I think you know what I'm talking about, Jared, and so on. It's very hard to follow what you're talking about. But the concern we had is once we split the street and we allow lanes to be used for vehicles, we can't make them available for vehicles at some times and not at others. It just might end up being confusing, and we might be contributing to the danger to the people, particularly bicyclists and children running across the street. So let's be careful about how we're making some lanes available at some times and not at others. That's all. That's my only concern.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Donna Buxton, I live on Dodson Way. Our task force, the Serrano Avenue Task Force, has been working for a long time with OUSD. The best thing that the closest thing we've come to so far is the movement of the trash can to open up those parking spaces, and a tentative agreement to increase the gap in the stop time of the schools, and that'll give a few extra minutes to clear out some cars before Sarah Villa closes. And so this plan is the best thing that we as a city have to be able to improve on the blocked roads. With respect to getting out of the area, a lot of times what happens is you want to make a right-hand turn and the right-hand turn is open, but you can't get to it because it's backed up. So removing that parking, allowing 2 lanes in each direction where they exist, enables cars to turn, and it enables cars to safely move through. This is more important than biking. This is more important than somebody who just prefers to park on the street. This is a huge safety issue. Those roads are just crazy blocked in the morning, and there's no way an emergency vehicle can get in there if something happens. And this enables cars to move in, cars to move out. It enables emergency vehicles to come through if they need to. This is the only thing we have at our disposal right now as a city, because OUSD has been very slow moving in acknowledging their need to do something big to provide a means for guests from the school to come in, to park, or to drop off their children, and then to leave in a safe fashion. I don't understand how this is so complicated with all that land behind Serrano Avenue and in the Sarah Villa field. I mean, somebody's gonna have to give up something somewhere for a solution to be found. And to say, I just don't want to park in the parking lot, that's one of the problems that we're having, is that people don't want to make slight changes. Little League, they're parking in those bike lanes. There's plenty of parking for Little League. They never even park as high up as Dodson Way, and they're not using 2 out of 3 of the parking lots at Sarah Villa. So people need to start accepting that we're going to have to work together. People are going to have to flex and change their patterns in order for something to improve here. Thank you.
My name is Ted Winter, and I probably get booze. But you know that the parking lot where the football field is, they should make it into a parking lot. Then this grammar school could use it, and they'd be out by 2:30, and then the Sierra Valley Junior High School could use it. It's open after 2:30. It's open. And in the evening, when they have baseball games, they could have it park in there. How much of the football field do they use? Is it that they have all the classes out there playing football or soccer? They could put soccer in the baseball. And if they don't have money, why didn't they charge some money to the Little League to pay some money and help pay for the parking lot? You know, they're using it for free. And all the cars, dumpy cars, they're real nice cars. So they could pitch in a little, and then the parking will be on that right inside of the football field, and they could get close to the field. Today I looked to see how much was playing on that football field, and there was about 8 people just throwing ball, and the rest were all on this other side. That way, the school, Serrano could have the benefit of the parking. Then Sierra Valley, because after 2:30 it's empty, well, Sierra Valley could have start parking their cars in. And in the evening, they could have Little League park their cars. And then the road would be clear. It would be all congested. Maybe there were some cars. And then another point is, where do the teachers park? In the best part of the parking lot? It's hard to park in the backside of the Sierra Valley. Have you noticed? It's a downhill. And there ain't much parking. The school, those 3 bungalows took up the parking space too. You know, when you think of it, school gotta give up something too. They're not out in the football field all the time. Then it's a good, what I'm saying, it's a good deal for everybody. For the Little League, for the Sierra Valley Junior High School, and for the Serrano Elementary School. Because the parking, they'll have all that parking they could park into. Instead of the traffic being backed up, I can't even use the road between 2:30 and 3. It's all congested with cars, and I can't get to my home, so I go to Home Depot and spend my time till after 3. Isn't that ridiculous? This is more practical. Somebody got to give up, okay? And my idea might be a bum idea, but it helps everybody at the school. Not just one school, 2 schools, and in the evening, the Little League. They could come out into the parking lot, from the parking lot, right into the field. Instead of park on the street, and then open the door anytime they want. Some people don't even look to open the door. Yeah. Traffic is coming, and you just open the door and get out and stand. How wide is that road? Real wide? It isn't that wide. And if you go on the side of the street, when the traffic is jammed up, I almost got a ticket. The cop followed me all the way into my driveway and told me you can't go on the sidewalk and go over. That's kind of stupid, ain't it? But my suggestion, you ought to think about it and tell the school about it. Because when I went to the administration building and I looked, they have 5 rows of parking in the back and 2 in the front, because one by the school building and one by Handy. They got a real nice parking lot. And they got a new gate, look like. Must have paid some more of the land. And they said they don't have money for park stripping, paving. It's only asphalt. It's not a cement with wire on the bottom. They're going to just lay gravels. And part of the football field is already level anyway. All I have to do is take out the cement that are making the round ring. Think about it. Okay?
Thank you.
And now, about the thing about the parking on Serrano, I put my trash bins out there every day.
Thank you,
I
sir.
look foolish, don't I? Ridiculous.
Thank you, sir. 5 minutes is up.
Now
I
they-
appreciate it.
Okay,
We'll
5
go-
minutes
Yeah,
up.
5 minutes up. We're going to move on. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you very
Think
much.
about what I said.
We will.
Okay? And you tell that Orange Unified District.
We will.
Okay?
I'm going to close public comment, going to bring it back to council.
I, for one, still am hesitant about making this a permanent red zone 24 hours a day on the north side of Serrano from Feather Hill to Santiago. I know we're going to talk about some other enforcement issues in the city in general, but I think that if we can't do it by signage, we're kind of lost anyway. I want to make sure that we do have plenty of parking, and I do agree with a lot of people that said, yeah, a lot of people have to give up something. But if those 2 lanes from Feather Hill down to the school at Serrano, it's still the same direction anyway. You just don't allow parking there at certain hours. The middle lane is always flowing. And therefore, there's going to be 2 lanes there. That's the only thing that may be a problem. I understand there's going to be some topography, basically, with the street because of if we don't actually do it as Akram suggests, do it properly. In other words, there's going to be too much contrasts. Even when they do it on highways, people get confused. We understand that. But and I do agree that, a bucket, maybe 5 buckets of paint will work too. So I just have my reservations about the continuous red stripe. I still think they should be able to park there off hours.
Greg, are you saying just from Feather Hill to the school on the north side?
Santiago.
Oh, to Santiago, all the way down?
Yeah. When it's off hours or whatever hours is decided, that, people can park there. That's okay. Because I think they're going to do it anyway. But I think that just makes a lot of sense, but maybe I'm wrong. And also, it's cheaper to a point.
Well, I'm going to move that the council approves the striping plan as presented.
I'll second it. Greg, if you want to put I think we should have enough flexibility. If we do it specifically this way, we should have enough flexibility to see if something could be done here. I agree with you. It does make sense to open it after hours. The only problem I have is, if you open this is a crucial deal right here, okay?
Yeah.
So if you open it after hours, are you gonna get cars here, and then when we get up in the morning, and somebody's still gonna have cars here, and then we're gonna have tow trucks coming down at 7 o'clock to try and get them out of the way and trying to open the traffic? That's the problem I have. So if you're gonna do that, then it seems to me maybe you open it between 7 and midnight or 10 o'clock at night or something so that they can use it. But make sure they're out of there by midnight. And that way, as our police drive around, if they see something here after midnight, they can call and have it towed. And then in the morning when the people come for school, it's clear. And after a few tows, maybe they'll learn. That would still accomplish it. If you let it go maybe 4 to midnight, you can park here 4 p.m. to midnight. After that, you're.
So during summer, that street's going to be a private street. You won't be, there'll be no parking. The school's not in. There'll be no parking on Serrano.
You could make it school days only.
Yeah.
It's several streets in Villa Park that has no parking on them anytime.
Well, we're talking about this one right
But
now.
I'm talking about this is not,
We post it during
this
during
is
summer
not
months. Are
different.
we supposed
I'm
to
asking.
put a cover on the sign that says,
those
inapplicable
aren't
June
thoroughfares, though.
15 to
What?
whatever? We could put it on the
Rick?
sign and make it open.
Rick?
I think
You could just have it, post the hours school days only.
that's a good idea too.
Well, I've made a motion and second,
Yeah,
so we
second.
have a vote.
Oh, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Yeah, that's a great
Okay.
idea.
Okay. That we do this as read here in number 4, but we do it just with signage and during the school hours per city staff.
For that one stretch?
Yeah.
Okay.
That stretch
I'll
there,
second
that's
that.
only different. Okay. Can he do that? Can he do both
He'll
seconds?
second anything.
Why not? I just want to get it done.
Well, but we have to do it right, though. And, okay, that's my
Your
motion.
your motion goes first.
Does that could you read it back to us, Jared, to make sure that we?
Yeah,
got
substitute
this right?
motion. South side as proposed, north side, all open up as much parking as possible outside of school days and school hours.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't even begin to draw a conclusion today where that might be. We're going to have to take an inventory of existing streets and parking, and I'll open up as much as possible.
And I'm good with that. You know, we let staff, you know, work out the details, just tell them what we're trying to accomplish and, and let them.
Okay.
Or it could be the hours and then say school days only, parking.
I would limit it to,
You know, we could put the hours on there and say it only applies
You
during
can't,
school days.
you know, you're talking 4 days a week is all you're talking. Because one day is half day. Okay, one day is late start, it's
Yeah,
late.
but that can change.
It can change, but you know what, this could change, they could change in September. The hours are not even fixed for September yet. That's how long it takes. We don't know what time school starts until August. So that's a given, we all know
So
that.
that makes it 7:30 to 8:30 and
Yeah.
2 o'clock to
that'll
4
be
o'clock,
enough overlap.
basically, whatever. But, and the same thing goes on the south side too, right, Jared? That's all red?
this is this is all red up to this point. That's existing conditions.
Yeah, and Greg, I believe that's to allow emergency vehicles to get in.
Yeah, that's got to stay. That's what I thought.
So this would open up, you know, outside of school hours. Now,
And also this.
yeah, in the north side. I'd go down to probably that driveway entrance.
So what's your motion, ultimately?
To, as number 4 is written, except for on the north side, we go from Feather Hill down to the west driveway, the last driveway of Serrano.
Right about here, I'd say.
Yeah, here-ish.
Can we approve this conceptually and then ask staff to come back to us at the next meeting with specific on just how they want to handle that, so we can approve that as a cleanup item? In other words, that side, because I know it's probably going to take some thought as to the best way to do it. I understand Greg's proposal, and I'm on board, but
Well, for
it would
bringing
be
it
nice
back,
to
I'd
let
just
you
continue
think
it.
about it and figure out specifically how
one and the
best to do
same.
that.
Is it clear enough the way it is, you think, Jared? Okay, let's just go with it.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
I'll add as much parking as
Okay.
possible.
That's good.
So what'd you say?
I said that add as much parking as you can on the north side from Feather Hill down to the, almost to the last turn in for Serrano,
Okay.
outside of school hours. And in general school hours, you know, basically there's no parking half an hour, 45 minutes ahead of time, and also after school. In the middle, they can park too.
We need to have enough time to clear the street, though.
Yeah.
In case there's somebody hanging.
It's like 7
That's my
o'clock.
concern.
Now, I don't know, is that a problem for?
No.
No, okay. I guess it's a well-traveled thoroughfare, so,
Okay, so we have a first and a second?
yes.
Take the vote.
Councilman Mills?
Yes.
Councilman Barnett?
Yes.
Councilman Colacott?
Yes.
Councilman Nelson?
No.
Mayor Fasenelli?
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
All right, we're on to item number 5, review of parking by permit only restrictions on Feather Hill Drive, Mountain View Circle, and Dotson Way.
Before we go on to that, shouldn't we, who's going to contact OUSD and try and get some funding on this?
Okay, but that's not part of that motion.
I understand.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to open up public comment on item number 5.
We take
And-
a 10-minute recess?
Yes,
Okay.
How about 5?
takes 10.
5 is
We
a
are-
10, really.
We are in recess for 10 minutes. on agenda item number 5, review of parking by permit only restrictions on Feather Hill, Mountain View, and Dotson Way. Okay, all right.
Okay. The FP, the Fair Political Practices Commission, had a rule that says that if you live within 500 feet of a parcel of property where there may be a decision affected, that you must recuse yourself. However, before our April meeting, they changed that ruling. However, it doesn't go into effect until June 17th when they're scheduled to publish it. So unfortunately, I must recuse myself.
All right, we are going to open up public comment on this particular item. So I have, Mr. Kishner, would you like to speak on this particular item? You have a number 5 here.
I put that because it was school-related
Right.
issues.
So that's why I'm asking, and
So I want to ask the same question I asked earlier.
okay.
Because it hasn't been answered, other than one gentleman has met with the superintendent. That's the only interaction I've heard in terms of the board's leadership and involvement in building relationships with the school board. And by the way, I don't count going to the superintendent who works for the board as much of an effort. I appreciate what you did. I really do. The only one that did, as far as I know.
Sometimes.
But you got a board talking to a board, the decision makers. You both have opportunities to trade some needs to service one another, which probably will help you get some things done. What have you done, or what are you going to do? You asked me to wait for an answer. Half the meeting's gone. I haven't heard an answer.
Well, just so you don't wait any longer, I had 2 telephone conversations with Kathy Moffett, which is not the entire Board of Education, but she is our representative for the city of Villa Park. They were candid conversations. She's well aware of the issue. She lives herself, around the school. We talked about it. What I got out of her was they are willing to speak to us, to do everything that we can to fix the problem. Ultimately, though, they have a different set of rules that they have to work by as to who and how many people come to the schools. And that's federally mandated, that's state mandated, and there are issues, and they're confining. They're good, they're bad. They're bad if you have 1,000 kids coming to one school. It's good for the 1,000 kids coming from the other end of the school. So the conversation I did have it twice. There isn't another conversation going forward ahead of time for that. I also went to a PFSO meeting that the board was there, as well as Kathy Moffett was there herself, speaking about the traffic issue at that meeting. It was the last meeting that was there. And there must have been about 40 people in attendance, and I was invited to come, and surprised when I did find her there. So she did take the time to discuss it, look up the issues, and give me a call back, and that's the most that I have that I can offer you at this time.
Can I address that?
Of
please,
course.
too? I think the answer is, we have a proposal right here. So when
Yeah.
we're done, we have a proposal.
The mic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I'll also announce.
We've got an agendized proposal right here. Frankly, it's the best thing I've come up with so far, so.
Public comment.
Right.
Well, no,
I just wanted to answer his question.
I want to respond to his question. I too have reached out to Kathy Moffett by email to request a meeting with her to talk about these issues, and I have not received a response from her. So I have reached out to her. Says she's a representative of our area.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, Mr. Cezell, would you like to speak on this issue? I had 4 and 5 here, but I don't know if you have something new to add. Okay. And this is specific to the parking by permit on Feather Hill, Mountain View, and Dotson. I know it's so hard.
I'll try to hold it down to that.
Thank
First,
you.
I believe on that issue, I believe engineers are the best people to choose us. They know and can foresee the flow of traffic better than we amateurs. So I liked when you delegate down to the level of the engineer to come up with a plan, hold them accountable, but trust them. Because you can't be masters at everything, I think the issue here would be one thing to suggest as an alternative until we get it all fixed. Due to the population numbers I spoke of before, of 4,163 kids going to those two schools every day, that's a lot of traffic. And all this little narrow street seems narrow now with all that much traffic, 4,163 kids and cars. I don't know how many there are, probably 2,500. The point I was thinking of, when they closed Catella Elementary School years ago, because they sold the headquarters for OUSD over on to Chapman College, and then they moved their headquarters to take over this one regional school that has the traffic capability to draw people from distance without traffic problems. Why not have it as a drop zone? And the school district consider having buses from that point and drop them off by the buses to Cerro Villa and to Serrano. That could facilitate a lot of kids in a very short period of time, and it wouldn't be an imposition on parents who are rushing to get to their work and they're hung up in traffic at the school. They could drop them off there and in a chained and secured yard, get on the bus, and the bus leaves every 15 minutes or whatever, or two buses, whatever they need. But that would take a lot of pressure, I think, off of the traffic issue for starters. And it's temporary. Frankly, I think the school should be reopened, that Catella school, because and if you made it a magnet school, you would draw a lot of kids from our area from our schools over to Catella school and take the heat off of the overpopulation of our current campuses.
But that's out of our control, so.
I know, but these are suggestions when you do finally talk to the school district. I think they're positive ones, and they might be less costly, and it might be less costly to have bus service since they already have buses for the underprivileged and for the poor. If you want to bring your kid from Garden Grove to Cerro Villa, and you don't have the income, you can have a bus pick you up there free. So I'm thinking they have the buses and they have the drivers. They could help us a lot until we get a real solution.
Good suggestion, thank you. Okay, Mary Beth, she's.
Mary Beth Felson, 9622 Feather Hill Drive, Villa Park. I urge the City Council to maintain the parking by permit only from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. rather than the new resolution, for no parking for the first 5 residences from 7 to 9 a.m. and 2 to 3:30 p.m. Councilman Barnett's proposal will, in effect, take us back to the unsafe traffic conditions that existed before parking by permit only was posted in September 2014. Several reasons for this. First is the unsafe school traffic will return to the 2 streets, affecting both the residents and students walking to school. All no parking for the first 5 residents for the posted times. All that accomplishes is to move the school traffic, the parking and the U-turns just up the street. So even more residents will be impacted by the unsafe traffic. Well, why do I think that? I've been watching Dodson Way for a long time. I sit at the end of the street and I watch the cars go up. And every time a driveway was gated, the drivers just went up the street and found another place to follow their pattern. So I think if you just close the first 5 residences, and I'm included in those first 5 residences, I just think we're going to see the parking continue up the street. Second, there's no parking from 2 to 3:30. Sounds good, but it will really not have impact on drivers who want to park on Feather Hill Drive. The drivers start parking on Feather Hill Drive 25 minutes before school ends. I know the PFSO said that they do not direct the vehicles to wait on Feather Hill Drive before turning into the school drive-through, but I wouldn't have never thought of that, about as to why this pattern of waiting on Feather Hill Drive was occurring. The drivers told me that. Anyway, kindergarten ends at approximately 2:05. So we're going to see all the vehicles waiting to turn into the drive-through, parking on Feather Hill Drive, just like they did before the parking by permit only, and then the movement out and going toward the drive-through. We have been talking about in a plan where maybe the school end times for kindergarten to third grade will be moved to 2 p.m. That means a considerable number of students will be getting out around 2 p.m. if that plan goes through. So then even more people would be affected. Third reason, this removes all restrictions on parking on the weekend. Feather Hill Drive had restricted parking on weekends for 40 years until 2011. Why was it opened in 2011? Why is it being reopened now? Your proposal does not say so. So insight into that would be very helpful. So all this proposal does is open up Feather Hill Drive and Dotson Way to parking. And presumably, I can only guess this is to address the needs of Sereno Elementary School for parking and Villa Park Little League drivers. Okay, that's why I think you're doing it, or you're considering it. I want you to consider another school. It's in Orange. It's called McPherson Elementary School. It's the home of the South Sunrise Little League. Orange has posted no parking except by permit on almost every street around their athletic field. Almost every street. We drove around the whole area. So the city of Orange does consider the needs of its residents very important in terms of the impact of parking from around the school and from athletic events on the residents. My last point. This resolution appeared on the city council agenda last Thursday. Residents of Feather Hill Drive and Dotson Way did not hear about this resolution until last Friday. And it was by resident effort and not by any communication from the city. A large number of residents are still on vacation, still coming back from locations, and they've been given no opportunity to provide feedback on this decision. When we created our parking by petition only, you asked the residents to come up with signatures from 2/3 of the residents to say this is what we want. Has anyone on the city council polled the residents about what they think about this resolution? And with that, I'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have a Tadashi Evita. Did I pronounce that properly? Lives on Dotson Way.
I think he left.
Okay.
He's the little,
Thank you. All right, I appreciate that.
of course, everyone is to me, sorry.
Okay. Carol Stevens. Carol Stevens. Okay. Carl, and there she is. Got her.
Oh, jeez, we'll be at a midnight.
Reel them in.
Carol Stevens, I'm at 9601 Feather Hill. And I actually agree with the first person I was going to talk about, that the kids should have a central drop-off point and be bussed in. A bus will hold 40 kids. That takes care of 40 cars. And that would make it very well. But what I'm upset about is we've lived on Feather Hill for 25 years. We've had a parking problem. It's not something new. We have it so it's workable for the people who live on the street, and the council keeps chipping away at our rights. And not only do they chip away at them, but they spring new things. Like today, there was a whole new resolution on today as opposed to what was passed last month. We're not really given any warning, and unless you're actively concentrating on the problem, things are being sprung on you really without warning. And it is not fair to the residents of Villa Park. Our streets are being used by people who live in Orange, and it is creating quite a problem. I spoke last month, so I'm not going to go over what I said, but this is something that should not keep coming up. The problem should be resolved, and we should be able to live on our street with peace and harmony and not have all the problems associated with people coming in, parking, quick, and they don't care what happens on our street, throwing trash and everything that was discussed last month. And what I'm saying is, I'm really tired of being treated like second-class citizen.
Thank you. Okay, Carl Van Fleet.
Carl Van Fleet. My wife Gina and I have lived on Feather Hill Drive for 20 years. My kids went to Serrano Elementary K through 6. Both my daughters. My wife was president of the PTA while she was there. I was on the Serrano Elementary School Foundation that helped raise money and pay for the playground equipment that's all still there, as well as the computer wiring. By the way, before I get to my issue, which is really more about parking on my street, I thought the traffic flow plan was well conceived and well thought out and has some merit for what it's worth. I know I'm not supposed to talk about that, right? We think that the new parking restrictions are working actually pretty well in terms of both public safety as well as meeting the needs of the residents. But I want to specifically talk about taking something away that we've had in place for the 20 years plus that I've lived there, and my understanding has been there for 40 years. And that's our weekend parking restrictions that, Mary Beth, I think you said they ended in 11, but they never ended. We've had weekend parking restrictions there forever. Well, for the 20 years we've lived there. When we first looked at our house in 1995, it was on a Saturday. There was a soccer tournament going on. The traffic was an unbelievable mess on Serrano, and I told our agent to keep going. I said, we're not living here. This is a wreck. And she said, no, wait, look, there's a sign here. It says parking's restricted on the weekends. Residents only, permit only on weekends. It was a Saturday. So we looked. We loved the house. We loved Villa Park. So we bought it. We bought the house secure in knowing that our weekends were protected from the chaos that was going on during soccer tournaments. That was a pre-existing condition. I can't believe we're even discussing taking that away. I know there's an argument regarding school traffic that, hey, you know what? You bought a house near a school. You should know that there's going to be school traffic problems. You know what? It's fair enough. It's a good argument, although the traffic has substantially increased in the years that we've been there. But we also bought our house with knowing that we were protected from the mob scene on the weekend that happens, especially during those big soccer tournaments, and there's a lot of them. And we've had that protection for 20 years that I've lived there, I believe at 40 years total. That arrangement has actually worked really well for 40 years. This discussion about helping Serrano's traffic problem, how it bleeds into taking away our weekend traffic parking is shocking to me. Weekend traffic is completely unrelated to school parking. This piece being thrown in, particularly at the 11th hour, I don't even, can we do that? Don't we have to be noticed as residents? We had no notification that this was even on the agenda to take away our weekend parking. None. We found out from neighbors. I would think we as residents who have enjoyed something for 20 years and we're at risk of having it taken away by a vote tonight would at least have the courtesy to be notified that it was going to be discussed. We didn't. So why would you consider taking it away? What does weekend parking have to do with school traffic? How can the council vote on taking something away that we've had for 20 years without letting us know in advance? Why would you consider taking something away that would materially impact and devalue our homes at the same time? Part of the value of our home was tied to that weekend parking restriction. I know firsthand we wouldn't have bought it if it wasn't there. Let's tackle the school traffic problems. I'm all for it. I kind of like the striping plan. But please recognize that all of that stuff has nothing to do with weekend parking restrictions that we've had in place for 20 plus years and have existed for 40. Don't take away something that's worked for 40 years, and don't devalue our homes or wreck our weekends. Thanks.
Okay. Vince Rossini, you want to speak on this item?
Madam Mayor, with me are my colleagues on the committee. And just to clarify, earlier you brought up an issue that was on the consent calendar. I think it's item 13. With all due respect, I think that was misconveyed to the council. The original motion had language to the effect of what you described, but it was subsequently modified. I obviously wasn't prepared to speak about that because I didn't realize that I was going to be facing questions related to that specific issue. It was not on the agenda. It's on the consent calendar. So just to be clear about that matter, the committee did, how should I say, encourage unanimously the council, one and all, in a 5-0 manner, to review all options up to and including legal action, given the incredible amount of liability we may face, up to the point of bankrupting our city if something happens. There's an obvious dangerous condition that's been identified, and I don't want to wind up like Dana Point facing a $58 million judgment because we ignored something. So just to be clear on that. As it relates to the current matter on the agenda, on behalf of the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee, I'm here to address the dangerous traffic congestion on Serrano Avenue and the adjacent residential streets. These issues endanger the students, the residents of the Serrano Avenue area, and following the April council meeting, the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee offered to assist Councilman Barnett in his efforts, as I previously mentioned, to work with OUSD to address the traffic congestion.
Vince, can I clarify that this is about the permitted parking?
That is correct.
Okay, I just
Give
wanna
me
ma- I
a
just
little
wanna make
latitude
sure.
here, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, just want to make sure.
I want to thank Councilman Barnett for his efforts. I want to thank you for your efforts, and Councilman Nelson. What you're hearing is some frustration by us as residents that something hasn't happened yet in a 5-0 manner. 5-0. All of you working together, all of you on the same page, trying to get this done. That's what we want to see. That's what we demand as residents. That's what this committee feels will be the most effective, working with the trustees, not the superintendent, politician to politician. I think those were valuable words that another resident spoke about. This committee of Villa Park residents, as I mentioned, has over 180 years of law enforcement experience. I myself have been deemed an expert in the field of traffic safety. I don't feel like I am one, but somebody in the courtroom said that once, okay? So if there's somebody that knows a little bit about this issue, I think with all respect, I know something about this. My offer still stands, regardless of personal feelings on this. I'm here to work on your behalf, all these members, the Orange residents, Villa Park Little League, everybody. I don't live in the area, but I've seen the traffic. I've seen how it impacts the lives of our citizens, the lives of these children, and the unbelievable amount of time that we've spent on this issue. We need to do something. We need to do something about it now. I do not want to face a $58 million judgment because 1, 2, or 3 children are run over. It's a very real possibility, and there are no do-overs. The Law Enforcement Advisory Committee reiterates its opposition to the current motion because we feel that it introduces dangerous vehicular traffic on the residential streets. We feel as a committee that the proper solution is an off-street parking facility. If we could bring up that photo, I don't know if you have the capability at this point in time, of the field, there's a row of trees adjacent and to the right of the 440 track. If you take out those row of trees, and I love trees, but something's got to go. We need to make a compromise. We could put an off-street parking facility in there at a relatively low cost. And
This is on the school grounds.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct, this is not within our purview.
But
It's
this
not
is
on that.
something that that this board, that this council can propose. A partnership, a public, a private, a citizen partnership. Again, 5-0, all of you acting together to find the solution. So to reiterate, given the enrollments that have quintupled, I don't know, we're over 1,600 students that must enter and exit the Serrano Avenue area every morning and afternoon. We feel that it is reckless to reintroduce the cars on to Feather Hill and Dotson Way and any of the adjacent residential streets. The committee advises the council to keep the permit parking situation as it is and until we can implement the striping program and then create an off-street parking facility, a safe drop-off accompanied with additional parking spaces. That is the best course of action in my humble opinion, and I would think that the committee is going to defer to me on this and will share my point of view. I would invite anyone that wants to speak about this on the committee that has a different opinion, or if I in any way, shape, or form have misstated what went on at that meeting. I don't think that is going to happen. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Monique Barrett.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Monique Barrett. I live at 9561 Dodson Way. My family and I have owned that home since 1960, and there are 3 other residents on the street that have been there as long, if not longer, and one of them is in the audience over there I just reconnected with. I would like to ask you to keep the no parking at least until the October meeting like you guys had decided last month. Why all of a sudden did this have to come back in a month? Do we have to do this every month? So I have seen an improvement, and I would like if you guys could just leave it as it was. Thank you.
Thank you. Candace Girk.
Hello, my name is Candace Girk. I live at 1745 North Brigantine Lane in Orange. I'm just going to read a little something I prepared after school when I found out about this meeting. I'd like to start by saying thank you to the ones who informed us of the vote tonight for giving us all an opportunity to be heard. Again, my name is Candace Girk. I'm a business owner and a resident of Orange. My zip code is 92867. According to the post office, my residence is also considered Villa Park. My son attends Serrano, where I've been a full-time volunteer for 5 years. He's also a member of Villa Park Little League, where my husband coaches. I'm a team mom and a photographer. We love this community. We chose this community to raise our family. However, over the past year, we have felt like this community is slowly deteriorating over a feud about traffic. While I agree that the traffic on Serrano is terrible, traffic surrounding all schools is terrible. Banning public parking on an all-day basis every day so as not to inconvenience the residents on Feather Hill and Dodson Way has only made the matter so much worse, to the point that the traffic on Santiago is now blocked from Serrano to Taft, Taft to Catella, and so on. To the residents of Feather Hill and Dodson Way, I am sincerely sorry for the damage, any property damage that you have experienced caused by the students of Serrano or Sierra Villa. I plead with you to document, photograph, and report these incidents to the schools as well as the police. I will be one of the first to agree that some of our students' parents could do a better job of teaching our children manners and proper etiquette. These perpetrators need to be made accountable. The same goes for the grown-ups that are parking in or blocking your driveways. Yes, our schools are overcrowded. This is not something that OUSD created. Our state is in a severe economic decline, and the result of that is schools being shut down and good teachers losing their jobs. When schools shut down, all of those students need to be relocated. As much as we would like to open new schools to eliminate the traffic issue, there is simply no money for that at this time, and it's simply not possible. As a resident of the Winderley Association, I can completely appreciate wanting to turn your neighborhoods into private communities, but you have to do it legally by creating an association, nominating a board, creating common areas, CC&Rs, paying for your street sweeping, your trash pickup, your maintenance of your common areas, all the things that are currently being paid for by taxpayers. To the members of the Villa Park City Council, I beg of you to do the right thing, reopen the parking, and aid us in alleviating some of our traffic nightmare, since we all know it's not going to go away completely, and give our community an opportunity to get past this and heal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Heidi?
Once again, Heidi Myrena, 2190 North Pammy Circle in Orange. Donna so eloquently put it that everyone needs to give a little. For record, I would like to let the council know what Serrano has given, only because as I hear conversations go back and forth, I feel that the community may feel that we are not doing enough or we are not doing our part. While I sympathize with the residents of Feather Hill, I do want them to understand we have given up traffic light phasing at the intersection of Santiago and Serrano. We have given up parking on Feather Hill. We've given up parking space in our parking lot to create a crosswalk for our students to safely pass the vehicles. We have given up the front parking spaces, which were located in front of the office, in order to widen our driveway. We have given up the left turn lane out of our school to make left turns on to Serrano. We've given up traffic cones that have been stolen. Those were the ones that we used to create the lines. We've given up our trash enclosure to create a visible site for the community to use the back parking lot for our volunteers. We have given up parking in front of our kindergarten playground because it is signed no parking at designated times. We've given up a portion of our crosswalk to widen the driveway. Obviously, you can see that we have given up a lot and we have tried. We have a full traffic staff. We are trying. So I ask you and I implore you to take these facts into consideration when making your educated decision regarding the tentative phasing, restriping, the parking on Feather Hill. Knowing these facts, we look to you to make the correct decision. Thank you.
Is there any other person who'd like to speak on item 5, public comment?
Donna Buxton, I live on Dodson Way. I'm opposed to this proposal for a number of reasons. First, in 2014, we were told that to address our grievances with the traffic that continues to go unaddressed, that the only thing we had at our disposal was to apply for permit parking. We more than achieved the 2/3 vote necessary in order to have that. I'm opposed because there are other streets in Villa Park that have this permit protection for the same reasons, because of school traffic. And I believe that if you think that one street should be protected from the chaos and unsafe conditions associated with school traffic, that we should also be afforded that protection. This proposal also opens us up to weekend parking, which then means we have to deal with this every day of the week. Previously, at least the weekends weren't a problem. With respect to Little League, I will tell you that this is a proposal to fix a problem that does not exist. Little League parking never extends even up to Dodson Way. They use 1 out of 3 parking lots at Saravilla Middle School, which, by the way, would be a lot safer if they used those 3 parking lots, because then they don't have to be on Serrano and they don't have to cross Serrano. So the safest option for them is to use parking lots, which they are not doing. So I contend that there is no issue with respect to Little League. They've never had parking on Feather Hill for Little League. And furthermore, the program has been larger over the years and there's never been a complaint. There's never been a problem. The program's smaller now and all of a sudden it's a big deal. I don't know what that's about. The second item about restricting the parking in front of the first 5 homes, again, I am just asking that you be consistent in your decision making. If you believe that anybody needs protection from these unsafe conditions, everyone should be protected from it, not just the first 5 homes. It's just going to move up the street. That's all that it's going to do. I also want to state that voting for this measure contradicts Villa Park's Municipal Code 19-3.2, which states, "No person shall park, stop, or leave standing a motor vehicle on any street posted as residential parking only, unless otherwise exempted for a use not complementary or in harmony with the zoning of a residential neighborhood. As defined, on-street parking associated with the attendance of an educational institution is defined to be one of the uses that is not complementary or in harmony with the zoning of a residential neighborhood. So you see, even in our municipal code, it recognizes that school traffic and parking is a negative condition for Villa Park residents. So I'm asking you to uphold what's in our municipal code. And on the subject of inconvenience and nuisance and living, near a school, this is not normal school traffic. It needs to be addressed. And Serrano Avenue is a mess, and it's starting to leak onto all of our residential streets, and it's ugly. Last, I just want to state that the real solution to both of the problems we've talked about tonight, traffic and parking, is really going to be solved best by OUSD. The problem comes from too many drivers in a small area. When OUSD expanded the school district and opened it up, they should have done the right thing, be a good neighbor, and recognize what this would do to the city of Villa Park. Mr. Silzel mentioned earlier tonight that this was not meant to be a regional school. It was meant to be a neighborhood school, and they need to make accommodations to accommodate the traffic that comes with being a regional school, which is what these schools are. They have the land, and they receive more funding because of the expanded school population. They have $35 million in escrow on 2 property sales right now. Yet I don't understand why nobody is yelling at OUSD. Why is this our responsibility to deal with this? They have the land, it's their guests. I don't mind the children at all, I love them. But the parents, their behavior is a reflection of their frustration as well. They can't move around. They need a place and a means by which they can come onto the school property and park or drop off their children and then leave safely. Basically, they need to get their parents off of the main road, loop them through their property, and make it a safe way for these parents to move through the area. So in closing, I urge you to uphold the Villa Park Municipal Code and also be consistent in your voting. If you're protecting other residents with parking protections related to school traffic, we deserve it as well. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to council. And if I could clarify, and council, make sure I say it properly, at the last meeting, when this item was continued, it was continued for up to 6 months and could come back at any time, depending on Mr. Barnett's conversation with OUSD and Mike Christensen. I think I said that properly. Did I not? Okay. So this was brought back because he jumped on that task immediately. Within days, he had a meeting, from what I understand, and that's why it's back. So there was no trick here from council or from Councilman Barnett or from the city. So it came back as soon as he got his meeting done. And I'll open up comment afterwards. Okay, I appreciate it. So at this point, I
have a comment. Can I make a comment?
Oh, of course.
I look back at some history on this, and I saw that you had on the agenda this master parking traffic resolution. I look back to see when that came to existence. In November 2011, the Villa Park Council passed an ordinance instituting this master parking and traffic resolution. And they did that because it made it easier for them to administer these issues rather than doing them by ordinance, changing the municipal code all the time. So they did that at that time, but at the same time, they told staff to come back to them with a way to implement this. And when they came back in December, they came back with a policy of how to implement. The policy states that when changes to the master parking and traffic resolution are being considered, affected residents receive a notice by mail a minimum of 14 days prior to the public meeting at which the council will receive comments and consider the changes. Now, I've heard people tonight say they had no notice. Did we give them 14 day notice, Jared?
No. I didn't mail it. I'm gonna have to pull that policy to see where it's at. But no, I just posted it on the agenda as
Well, it seems to me if they haven't been given adequate notice, it's not something we can act on tonight.
But let me clarify that. That's a very good point you have. But this was an issue that came up to vote that was continued. So they were given notice the first time.
But no, they were not given
No, hold
notice
on.
them either.
The first time from this, because this was temporary parking that we gave, that
The
we
matter's
voted
been
on.
continued since last September.
Right.
Well,
it's been
have
continued.
they ever been given a 14-day notice on this issue?
Last September.
Oh, yes, in September.
Last September?
Yes.
Well, this is a totally different one.
It's the same issue, it's just been continued. We haven't, it's not a different issue, am I correct?
Yeah, I mean,
I'll ask the council.
difference, I don't know that I have a problem putting it over, but I'd still like to address some of this stuff now, and people are here. You know, last time I'm the one that pushed to put it over, and I did it because I didn't want to have to make a call between segments of the community without going down and talking to the district and seeing what could be done. And so I asked that it be put over, and I tried to get it back as quickly as I could, and I got some nasty letters for putting it over. But, so I did the best I could do, which was to do it quickly and try to come back. And I think we should try and address some of the issues here. Whether this ultimately ends up going over to another meeting is something we can consider, but I still think it ought to be addressed. And even if it does get continued, those people that are thinking about it will have the opportunity to have heard all this discussion and understand what's going on and can better evaluate their responses at the next meeting if that's what happens. So
Why don't you tell us, since you continued it, you did the work, why don't you tell us what you?
I'd like to ask a question first, and that is of council. You know, I mean, we had an issue raised about whether we can make these changes the way we're doing it because of our existing ordinance. Are we running afoul of our existing ordinance? Let's find out if we're even legal in the first place.
Right, that was in reference to,
And if you need some time, I could talk on this other stuff a little bit and we can come back to you.
to section 19-3.2. And based on my discussions with the city manager, my understanding is that the proposal tonight would take it out of the residential parking only designation and put it in a special parking zone. So the effect is that provision would no longer be applicable if that occurs.
Okay. All right, so I think I covered most of my conversation with the superintendent. There we go, I learn sometimes. I think I covered most of that. If anybody, you know, if I left any holes there, I'm happy to go back and fill it in. But let me take responsibility for most of this and take it off the rest of the council for some of the heat that they're taking on this. And I'd like to address the weekend issue as well, because I'm the one that essentially had this draft put out here, so I can address that. I don't want people upset over something for no reason. When I did this, you know, it's complicated enough that I listened to what the people said, and I kept hearing the same thing. Safety, 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 safety. Our kids are going to get hit. They've had near misses. The kids are going to get hit. I've listened tonight, and I've heard the same thing again and again and again. I heard it from Vince, who thinks we're going to have a $56 million lawsuit, okay? So it's just been pounded to death on safety. So to be very candid, I focused on safety. And when I tossed this out, I gave a lot of consideration to the sidewalk, because if you want it safe, that's the way to make it safe. Put the kids on a path or a sidewalk, and then you don't have a problem. But again, I've said this before, I also heard people saying the problem is largely solved because of, you know, cutting the parking and we don't have the traffic. So rather than come in and start the fight over the sidewalks and who can design what and what side and what can we live with, et cetera, I thought, well, if that's the case, then let's try and deal with it on that level without coming back, without the sidewalk. So I thought about it, and so what's the danger here? We can't stop people from coming up the street. We can't stop them from drop-off. That's not prohibited now, okay? We're stopping them from parking. The concern is you got cars parked there, you got kids going in and out, and somebody may get whacked. And that I can understand. That's a legitimate, comprehensible concern to me. So if we don't use the sidewalk, then I guess the issue is get the cars off the street. And the cars that we need to get off the street are the cars closest to Serrano. I think we would all agree that if Feather Hill were a mile long, nobody's going to park at the end of a mile, okay? They're going to find other spots much closer to do it. So the question becomes, since we don't want to particularly tie up public streets, I've had objections from residents who say this is a pain in the butt and it's not worth it and we don't want it. So how do we balance all of this out? And, you know, we had some discussion and thought, well, Bryn Mawr is really not getting a traffic problem. How far is Bryn Mawr? So after some discussion, it appeared that if we blocked 5 homes, which is like 500 feet, it's much easier for people to move up Serrano, squeeze into the back of the school, go around the corner, go to Bryn Mawr. There's a lot easier places to go than going 5 Villa Park lots up to start your parking. So if we did that and then not only restricted parking, it really doesn't matter whose car is parked there. If it's your gardener's truck or it's a resident, it's still a car obstructing visibility and it creates the danger issue, which I keep hearing again and again and again. So the thought was, it's really during the school hours. We don't need to block the parking all day and shut down the street, okay? It's during the school hours. So let's do 2 things. Let's focus on safety. Let's cut the parking far enough up to where it's going to be such a burden that they're going to find some other place to go. Secondly, during those critical times, let's not have any parking in the critical area. Let's keep it open for visibility and safer. So that's how I came up with the proposal that you've got there. Now, if it turns out that that's implemented and, gee, people are just going and parking 800 or 1,000 feet up the street, which I've been led to believe probably won't happen, then I guess that's something we can deal with. I mean, this council's here to take care of this city. But I think this addresses as best any of the people that I could talk to and that I could come up with to deal with the issues of safety, keep the street open as a public street as best they can for the benefit of the residents and others, but restrict it from a safety perspective and keep that first 500 feet clear during those crucial times. Everyone I talked to seemed to be of the consensus that with that kind of range, there's other places to go that are more convenient. If it turns out we're wrong, we can always readdress the issue. Now, as far as the issue on the weekends, frankly, I had never heard any complaints about safety issues or problems or kids coming down from walking from meets or, you know, on the weekends. So when we took a look at it, it was, well, what's the weekend really doing? The Little League group doesn't really seem to need all that. They're not even taking the other streets. So, you know, why would they park all the way up Feather Hill? Doesn't seem like it's a safety issue. Maybe it's because it was blocked and nobody was complaining about it. It'll become a safety issue. I wasn't that familiar with it, to be honest with you. So if in fact that's a problem, I personally wouldn't have any problem just proposing to extend that 500-foot restriction through the weekends as well, because for the same reason, recognize there's not that much parking, and I've heard this from numerous people, including Feather Hill residents who've told me this. They don't even use Bryn Mawr. So why would anyone walk 500 feet up Feather Hill when they could just park on Serrano or Bryn Mawr a little further up? I mean, that's common sense. I know when I go to park, I try and find the closest spot. So perhaps we just extend it. I had no intention of taking away, I didn't know we had a 40-year vested right, or, you know, vested deal. So when I heard you, I wanted to interrupt you quite honestly and say I didn't intend to do that, but we have to learn to shut up and sit here and listen. So that was not anything I ever intended to do, and if that's a problem, I, for one, wouldn't have any problem at all proposing this restriction flow right on through the weekends. And if it turns out the 500 feet doesn't work and we've got safety issues or whatever, I, for one, have no problem addressing it, and this council's a good council. I'm truly concerned about the city, and they're very responsive. I think I indicated that I ran out and set a meeting immediately, even though I, set up to a 6-month window. So I'm prepared to address all this now and again later if it doesn't work. But I think this addresses the problem. I think, as best I can tell from the people I've talked to, and this would prohibit any parking for 500 feet during those windows. That really opens the street, and we can see people. We don't have people darting in and out of cars, and I just don't see people driving that far up that street from what I understand, what I've been advised. So to me, it made sense. I've discussed it with staff. I discussed it with OUSD. discussed it to some limited extent with council, although we have Brown Act limitations, restrictions. I think I've hit on most of the issues. If somebody raised something I missed, I'll be happy to address it.
Let me chime in here. This is probably the best thing that has come to me to look at some sort of compromise that I feel has come to me. I mean, it's not perfect, but I look at it like, okay, well, I feel like I have something to work with that I can compromise. I don't think we should take the parking away on the weekend. I don't think it's an issue. I don't think it has ever been an issue. No one even knew you couldn't park on those streets. Just don't park on it. It's not something we need to take away. Yeah, maybe they do. It was what I proposed. Yeah, it was what I proposed last time, and I didn't get a second. I just said put it back to where it was, and nobody seconded me. So that's what I wanted to begin with, is give them back on the weekend. I don't like having no parking during drop-off and pickup. I think it's inconvenient. I think it's not friendly. I'm willing to compromise and put, okay, for the first 5 homes, that's fine, because no mother is gonna park 6 houses up to walk their kid to school, or quite frankly, to go in and read to the kids. They're not going to. They're not gonna park that far up, just like they're not gonna park that far up to play ball. If this is something that works, and the residents that have those first 500 feet from 7 to 9 and 2 to 3:30, it's something that I think we can compromise on. If it doesn't work, then we can take it away. But it has to be no parking. It's not parking by permit, because the issue is that there's cars on the street. And every day there's gardeners, every day there's contractors, every day there's, family members. But the safety issue was brought up because the car was parked there and people had to park in the middle of the street. So I don't know what difference it makes whether it's an Orange resident or whether it's a Villa Park resident. The car is a safety issue. I mean, I personally would like to see the parking completely gone and have it just be on the weekend like it has been for 40 years. It doesn't appear that that's occurring here, but that's my 2 cents.
I would like to make I just remembered one comment that I didn't address, and that was the fact that parking starts before 2 o'clock, so maybe our 2 windows not good. And I guess my response to that is, it doesn't really matter when they start to park there. If the school doesn't get out till 2 o'clock, and thus the kids aren't till after that, it's not gonna do them any good, and they're not gonna sit there for 20 or for 25 minutes, realizing that 5 minutes before their kid gets out, they're gonna get a ticket, because it can't be there at 2 o'clock. So I would suggest that if we have the 2 o'clock and we enforce it, they won't come and wait there, because they'll just sit there for 20 minutes to get a ticket.
I'm gonna open up public comment right after the council discusses it. I'll do it one more time, because I know people have some more comments.
You wanna go first? Go
Yeah. I don't understand why this is such a tough issue. I understand there's 26 streets in Villa Park that has some type of limited parking. In my looking at, since the council passed this master parking and traffic resolution, there's been no parking on Collins Avenue for an area because of concerns, because people couldn't get out of their driveway, I've seen this no parking by permit on Fredo Drive.
And Westwood.
And no parking at all on Roberto, only because people from Orange and apartment buildings were coming over parking on those streets.
No, that was a safety issue, actually.
No, this is what the council minutes said. I don't know what was said the extra time, but reading the minutes, that's what the rationale, that's what the staff report and the minutes said that was the issue. So it's people coming over from the apartments in Orange and parking on those streets. Now, that's not nearly as serious as issue you're talking about here, but yet you don't want to provide these people with parking by permit? And first of all, it seems to be working, as I understand. So when you talk about trying something to see what's working, it's working now. So why not leave it the way it is? There's also no parking during certain school hours on Center by Villa Park Elementary School. So this is not an unusual request that they brought to us. All this talk about being a private community and doing homeowners association, this is nothing more than the council has given members and residents in other streets in the city here. Why is this one different? Why do they have so many hurdles to jump through when others didn't have to? And the council gave them these fairly easily. In most cases, it was a 5-0 vote, to give it to them. And so why are these people different? Why is it different here?
I think the answer, Bill, is it is different as indicated by the vote. If it weren't, we'd have the 5-0 vote.
No, but I'm saying, why is it
some of
different?
those. See, some of the streets you're talking about didn't have the conflict and the parking need over there on Roberto. I'm trying to think, because I remember we did that. And my recollection was the Roberto problem was safety, or maybe even our people couldn't park on their own
They couldn't
lot
park-
frontages
They
because
could- yeah,
we had
that was
people
the
from-
issue. They were
the
coming from
apartment
Orange.
house was filling up the
That's-
city.
that's
okay?
exactly what I said.
And so we prohibited that, and there were some
But
safety issues
isn't this the
too.
same thing where Orange is filling up the city?
Yeah, but I guess, no, I don't think so.
It's
I don't-
not.
Not just Orange,
With-
there's
with-
Villa Park people here too.
These are
I think
schools.
the issue here is safety. I mean, I've heard the safety so many times, if you talk anything other than safety, to me now it falls on deaf ears, because that's the issue. We've just been advised we're gonna get, a $50 million lawsuit by our traffic expert, okay? It's a safety issue. So if we clear that front area, and not only require permit parking, what difference does it make whether it's a resident's car or somebody else's car, okay? A car is a car. So let's clear it, but let's only clear it when we have to clear it. And that should take care of the problem. Why do we need to shut down half a mile of street all the time because we've got an hour of cars in and out in probably less than the first 500 feet? Why do we foreclose public property rights like that? And you gotta recognize, this is not unanimous. There are people on Featherhill don't want this. I've heard from them, okay? So I'm trying to deal with the problem without impairing, public rights and other property owners in the area any more than necessary. And if the issue is safety, then let's address the safety. If the 500 feet clearing the streets resolves it, great. If it doesn't, we can readdress it. The sidewalk issue would clear it, you could let everybody park.
It's working now, so why would you change it?
Because you got a half a mile plus a street blocked off
Well,
and a lot of unhappy
you
people.
got many streets blocked off, but the residents not unhappy. When you talk about private property rights, I'm a realtor and I believe in private property rights, but I believe people have the right to quiet enjoyment of their property, whether they live near a school or not. And these residents are being denied that when you have people driving all up in their driveways. And
They've got every right, we can put some police out there, whatever, to deal with the driveway issue, okay? I mean,
well, we
that's
have,
a separate,
we have
when they
it
turn in
there.
somebody's
But
driveway is
I-
another issue. Parking doesn't stop that anyway,
I
okay?
also want to get back to the issue that I brought up initially about the notification of them. Can you act on this tonight if you haven't notified them?
I really don't have an answer to that question. I don't know.
So if I may answer that, I pulled the resolution, and this was buried to the back of a resolution adopted in 2011, just never transitioned to the city council policy manual. It says notification to residents at least 14 days prior to consideration by the council of any proposed changes. City staff shall, via mail, notify each resident within reasonable distance from the proposed changes of the nature. So no, my recommendation is that we cannot act on this tonight, and we'd have to continue it. Normally I wouldn't continue it, please. Normally I wouldn't continue it to a date certain, but this one we're gonna have to mail no matter what, because that's what the policy says. So anytime we discuss parking issues, we're gonna have to mail all 20, 30, 90, yeah.
And I don't have any problem with putting this over to address it, but as I said before I started, I think it's nice to air the issues so that at least people can understand what's going on. If we're gonna come back and address it again, at least they'll have the benefit of having heard all this and know what the issues are.
Okay, because I believe you also said that with this particular council policy that there was, this actually changed, the designation of this argument. But now you say you found it and buried in another one? Okay.
This was in the attachment to the 2011
Okay.
resolution.
Okay, and in 2011 was when things changed, right? They took a lot of restrictions off?
I would have to see which one this was tied to, but.
Because I believe it was said that after 40 years, in 2011, things started changing.
That's completely different, Greg.
Did we supersede
We have a
this?
master parking traffic resolution which covers stop signs, red curbs. The entire city, excuse me. But
Yeah.
the parking restrictions on Feather Hill's been there in place. It's never been removed.
Okay, because there's been, I heard the confusion about that. I thought it'd always been there.
No, I heard that it hasn't been removed.
All right.
But I,
Weekend we're talking about?
Yes. It's been no parking on the weekends for federal holidays and weekends only. And then when we implemented these restrictions in September.
So that's the problem from a legal perspective. It's the notice regarding the change of the weekend policy?
Yes.
Okay.
But
Well, the way this is read, it's just the change, even the change of the hours that we did last.
then that should be invalid, the change of the hours is invalidated. The actual permitted,
It's up to
the actual
interpretation.
permitted parking should be invalidated. We continued these meetings.
We continued them to date certains, and that's where we're okay. It's this last meeting, because when you continue it,
He
it only
gave it a
works
6
if it's
month.
date certain. Because we
That's
did
it.
up to 6 months, we now have to do mailing restrictions.
Did we supersede?
Bureaucratic red tape, right?
Okay.
Got it. So that was a mistake. You gave 6
Oh, I
months.
gotta ask, I have to ask a question, though. I mean, even if we have no parking, people could still drive up and down these streets because they're public streets,
Yes.
correct? We cannot stop them from doing that.
No.
But each neighborhood can form their own special district to do something about that, correct?
Sure.
Is that true? Yeah. I believe so, okay.
There's a process for it,
There's a
yes.
big process for it, okay. But, so it's not really stopping people from still driving wild and also turning around in driveways, even if they have a gate. That's still going on. And I think that's really some of the activity people want to stop, is that extra traffic that's kind of maniacal in the morning sometimes. I don't, that's why the last time I proposed that we look at our budget for the sheriff, increase that, and really do a lot of slash and burn on writing a lot of tickets. And if that means getting a lot more budget for Lieutenant Gunzel, I think we should do it, and it should be done on a impromptu basis where people don't know when they're going to be there. We don't want them there on a regular basis because people will behave when they're supposed to. So that's kind of a different topic in its own right.
But you're allowed to make a 3-point turn in somebody's driveway. You
Yeah.
can use somebody's driveway to turn around. You don't get a ticket for that. You know, that's not, that's not a U-turn.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, is that a lot of this, that they can do that to the point, of course. But also when you look at the red zones, people can still stand there, can't they?
Yep.
So they can still be in the vehicle and speed in front of your property, unfortunately. That's called standing. So it's very complicated. Obviously, we're going to continue this.
But some signs have no stopping or standing.
Some do, yes.
Yeah.
So here's the dilemma. Do we want to discuss this next month? Well, I guess it depends on another item that we have on the agenda, moving June's date. If we do move June's council meeting date back, no issue, because Councilman Nelson will be here and Councilman Colacott will be here. If we do not move June's date, then only the 3 council members will be able to decide this resolution.
Well, we can't vote on this, so this needs to
Yeah, we
be
can't.
moved to June. This needs to be, this needs to be moved to June. School is out, June 11th, and it needs to be moved. If we approved a restriping plan, I think we've moved it enough that
So
you
there's some
did the
movement.
work.
I'll tell you, Jared, if they agree to change the June date, we could bring it back in June. But if they don't agree to change the June date, I'd prefer to bring it back in July, because I'd like to be here.
But you can still be at a meeting, Bill. You don't
Even
need
if you're
to
not here.
physically be.
You don't have to physically be here.
I
physically be here.
understand that.
Anyway,
But I would prefer to be here.
okay.
So we'll continue the matter to either June or July,
But we have to have the notices out.
but I'll give 14 days.
Well, no. Where does that leave us? Hold on. That's
Yeah.
not that is not a definite date. We're going to end
We
up.
don't have to continue to a definite date, because we still have to mail. We have to just continue the matter. We can continue it to a subsequent meeting.
Why would we not just
And
continue
we'll
it to
set
the
it
next
later.
meeting? Why wouldn't we just continue?
Well,
to the
it's
next meeting?
because of this other council action is that this is kind of tying us
Another
up.
item later in the agenda this evening?
Well, that shouldn't have anything to do with this item at all. I move to move this.
But
Yeah.
I do prefer for
Yeah.
full council participation if possible. So if they can be here, why not? I feel bad, especially Especially Governor Nelson.
I saw something, but it looked like they were here. Are we losing people or not?
June 23rd is the date of our next meeting.
Well, why don't we just move it to July then?
That's fine.
Yeah, just move it to July then, and there
fine.
won't be any question about the June meeting.
Why don't we just have our meeting in June and you come to the council meeting, or you can have an open meeting at the hotel? We had the mayor not be here one meeting last year.
Because I don't want, because I don't want to do that. I want to be here.
I understand, but we plan our calendars, Bill, accordingly.
Bill, aren't you guys here? Aren't you and Bob here?
Bob and I are going to a League of California Cities
Right, but
thing that's the next day in Monterey. And when we get out of here at midnight, as we usually do, we'd have to drive 6 hours to get there. 6 or 7 hours to get to Monterey by the meeting the next morning. So we'd be driving all night to get there.
Well, let's
That's
just
what the
take
issue
that
is.
issue when it comes
So
up.
I'm saying, why not just continue the thing to July? Then you can make your decision, Bob, and I can make a decision whether we're going to attend the meeting or not in June.
It's fine.
That's a reasonable thing to do.
I don't agree with that. We were here, ready to make a decision. I think we've had the residents here every month. How many more times do we need to drag Feather Hill, Dotson, the school, everyone else? Enough is enough.
Are you still going to comment on this?
Yeah, when we're done discussing. Well, you know what? We got to take care of the business up here first. And unfortunately, it sounds kind of ridiculous. Yeah. Yes, we're not, this issue's still open. It's still open.
I don't know that anybody's looking to take away
Yeah.
the weekend restriction.
Okay, hold on. All right, tell you what, let me open up public comment. Let's open up public comment and do it right.
Thank you.
So thank you. You said that this was originally continued because we thought it was a continuation of what had gone on before, and that's why it was okay to do this without notifying us. We later learned that's not true. Nowhere was it discussed weekends. We talked about that, and it sounds like, and I thank you for considering my position on that.
Sure, I'm not opposed to
I didn't understand until tonight that I was not going to be able to park in front of my own house. I live 3 houses up on the left.
Safety.
Safety, it's safer right now with the current restrictions we have, and I can park in front of my own house.
It doesn't really.
Hang on, I'll make my point, we can discuss this another day. The issue of bringing people here and notifying us, and Madam Mayor, thank you, you said that you've heard from all the people on Feather Hill. Trust me, if you're not gonna let us park in front of our own house, you will have every single one of those homeowners at the next meeting. Not let us park in front of our own house as a solution? Really? So, we're gonna continue it because we've already discussed it in the past. We find out on Memorial Day weekend that we're gonna discuss on Tuesday night taking away our weekend parking and our ability to park in front of our own house. You know, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. It really feels like we're trying to slip something by. Enough said.
I can assure everybody in here, this council doesn't try to slip anything by anybody, at least that's been my experience. Even if this happened and there was a problem and came back, this council would address it again. I mean, this is a small town, and I told you quite frankly, I wasn't aware of some of that, frankly. I didn't have that background. I got it. I don't really have a problem with that. So I don't think those are big issues. I can assure you there's no conspiracy on this. And I think it's fine that we come back and discuss it. In fact, I kind of like that. I made that suggestion with regard to the power line issue for the same reason, because I knew people hadn't had notice. I only got a few days' notice, a couple days' notice myself. And so I thought it appropriate that it sit out there for a month and let this community see what's going on, and they did respond. So I certainly don't have a problem with that. And we can address those issues. I did that, frankly. I proposed that as a way to address those safety concerns, because to me, it doesn't matter whether it's your gardener's truck, your car, or somebody else's. If it's a safety item when somebody else is there, it's the same problem when somebody else's car is there. It doesn't matter who owns the car. So I'm open to discussion, but that was the concern.
I want to make it clear here, not that I want to throw you, quite frankly, under the bus, but this item was brought to us from Barnett, and because he wanted to try on his own to bring something back. Well, no, I haven't been successful either, and I don't think anyone else has quite been successful. So you made an attempt at it, and that's where it's at, so I just want to make, yes, Wayne?
Thank you. You guys are working awfully hard up there trying to come up with something, and we appreciate you. The time you spent making all these meetings, thinking about it, it isn't easy, and you can't vote tonight because of the ordinance, so you're not going to vote tonight. You're going to continue this as Bill suggested, which is a good idea. Now, what I do is focus on scheduling a meeting with the school board. You talk to staff. They serve at the pleasure of the board. You're a board, you're as powerful as they are, and more so in this case because you own the property that abuts all of theirs. So go talk to the board, and when you come back on July or whatever date, you guys should be able to set a date for that meeting now. Come back with some recommendations from the school district. And forget about changing the parking until you solve the root problem. I still think my idea of a drop-off or a transfer zone at the Catella would really cut the volume of traffic down. And I mean, it's done, and commuters park in a lot and haul them up to the employment.
Children, we don't want to drop our kindergartners off, Wayne. You know, they're little.
We did with ours. We trusted our teachers. We didn't have to walk them to the door.
Yeah. Yes, Donna?
I think that if Councilman Nelson and Councilman Colacott are due to be away on city business going to the League of Cities, is that what you said?
Yes.
I don't think that we should have them conflicted on where they should be. They're going there, and it's a benefit to us that they're participating in that. And as a result, I think that they should be allowed to participate and that it should be continued to July.
Yes. Mr. Bailey.
My name's Tony Bailey, and I live at 2821 East Brookside Avenue, which is right across the street in Orange. And when the Villa Park Shopping Center has Halloween parties, Christmas parties, all of those kind of parties, people park in front of our house. And you know what? I don't have a problem with it because of the fact it's a community. We have to live here. We have to get along. It doesn't make the price of my house go down. I'm not saying twice a year or 50 times a year. I'm saying it happens. If I lived over on Grove, which is by the intersection there from Serrano, all the people whose kids go to Saravilla have their kids walk down to Grove, and those people actually do block their driveways. So what gives people in Villa Park that live on Feather Hill the right with public streets to say, this is my street, but I can't do it on Brookside and I can't do it on Grove? And what gives you the right to say, because I live in Garden Grove, my son should be bused to some remote location? The reason why we have this parking problem is our schools are overcrowded. That is the reason why I'm sending my son Spencer to Olu next year for high school. Because I don't believe that he is going to get the education at Villa Park High that he's going to get at Olu. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to council.
I had one comment, and I've heard a couple of people express it tonight. I think there should be some interaction between this council and the Orange County Unified Board of Trustees.
I had it.
I'm talking about as a group. What I'd like to suggest is the mayor would set up a meeting between our council and Orange County Unified School District Board of Trustees before this issue comes before the council again to discuss these issues and see if we can work out
We have a
some
Brown
solutions.
Act issue is the problem. It would have to be a public.
It'd be a public meeting. It can be a joint public meeting to discuss these issues, because we get all the brunt of this, and Orange Unified School District is really the one that's causing the issue. So why shouldn't we discuss it with them? We're elected to elected. You know, you can talk to the superintendent, but the superintendent reports to the board. And I think we should have some discussions with them as a group.
Well, we had a school committee meeting.
No, I'm not talking about, I'm talking about.
No, with the board, with two of the members of the board was there.
But I'm talking about the
Colico
full,
went there.
our full council and their full board.
Well, we can ask them, and I would be happy to try and, I will try.
Would you try and coordinate that?
Sure, you bet.
Oh, okay, I would certainly appreciate it.
Yep, happy to do it.
Yeah, well, that's-
I don't have a problem with that either, but I will tell you, Billy, if that happens, I think you're gonna find out they don't have all the latitude that you may think they have either. Everybody's got constraints.
I will do my best to set it up.
Well, I did hear that they had $35 million in escrow. So they're not all that constrained. We don't have 35 million.
That means it's still in escrow.
Okay.
But
move
I
on.
think Donna's got a good point, though, that you actually, 2 years ago when I met Donna at a CDC meeting, the whole idea at that point was to start bringing pressure on OUSD, because we identified at that time that is the root cause here.
Yeah.
And there's only so much we can do. We're just try to move the big dog along, because that's really what we're doing. Because they're a lot larger than we are with a huge budget. But I think we have to keep at it, and we have to be consistent and be the squeaky wheel. I think it'll work very, very, very well.
Okay. I wanted to point out for your benefit, when the school district tried to close Bella Park Elementary School, I was mayor.
I remember.
I called a special meeting, and it was so big, we had all the board and we had all of our council at the high school, and we resolved the issue that night. I love the idea.
Okay.
I know
All
everything.
right, I'm going to take one more comment, and then we're going to take a vote what to do here, and we have to move on. Yes.
I would agree, it's critically important that these two boards begin to interact. Start the conversation with, they've got $35 million and they're the big dog. Caution, all you're doing is walking into an environment that's become a war and a conflict, and nobody's gonna win. Also recognize, 7 people on that board can't get along on their own, let alone having you come in and stir the pot. So it's gonna take a great deal of finesse to begin to get to a point where there's some give and some take. You get something, they get something. And if you don't come from there, don't waste your time.
Well, we just started that today.
Well,
with a
let's go back-
unanimous
let's-
vote not to take action to
Let's
sue.
go back to the Feather Hill parking, and somebody make a motion.
Let's move it to,
There's a motion on the table to move this
To July's meeting. Councilman Nelson.
yes.
Is that a second?
Is that a second?
We need a
Oh, yes,
second.
I'll second it, yeah.
Okay.
I thought there was a second.
Excuse me?
Are we returning the end time to 7 PM since last month's vote was not noticed?
No, it was along a different path where it was continued previously from a date certain, so. Two different
It was not a change.
But a change that's gonna happen is this notification of 2 weeks, right? That's gonna be a different thing.
2 weeks.
Could be. We come up with a different solution by then if we meet with the.
If we come up with something different, then we have to give them a 2-week notice again.
No
right?
matter what, there'll be a 2-week notice.
That's
It's mailed out.
I wanna make
Can't we
sure.
just give them a 2-week notice, or we're gonna address the issue? Does it have to say
Yes.
exactly what we're planning to do?
Yes, it does. That's what they're saying.
I don't know.
No, it doesn't have to, it's just a 2-week notice that we are going to be
Addressing the
modifying,
issue.
yes,
Yeah.
restrictions. It would help if we can,
Can
know
know
narrow
what
it
it is.
down, but.
Well, I think what I've heard tonight is everybody's been surprised. I mean, it was a holiday weekend.
Sure.
We had a 4-day, we got our books on Thursday, because it takes a while to get everything all together. But, and the agenda comes out, so I guess of course, we're also working diligently with Jared and his staff to increase the time before this meeting, so that you see the agendas a little bit more ahead of time as well. So, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Motion second to continue to July. Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Mayor Fasenelli.
No.
Motion carries. Yeah, we would.
Yeah, 3 is quorum.
Raise a quorum.
And they
That's
can be
right.
at the council meeting. We haven't gone to that agenda item yet. They can make accommodations. All right, we are now at item, I've lost where we're at.
We get Bob back in?
Yeah, get Bob back.
I went so long, my computer turned off.
Okay, where's my agenda? Did you take my
Okay.
agenda? All
I
right.
did not take your agenda.
Okay, we are on
Not my
item number
writing.
6, and we'll wait for Bob to come in. Hi, Bob.
Where we condemn your street.
Did you leave us any
bulldozer
food?
coming in.
Did you have a good nap?
The bulldozer coming in at 10 to push all the houses down. We're gonna turn it into a big parking lot.
Okay. All right. Item number 6, pilot project preliminary utility undergrounding study, Valley Drive from Center Drive to Saravilla. And I'm going to open up public comment here. And I have one card, and that would be Vince Fassini.
Try to keep this short and sweet. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, staff, residents, and guests. I'm very disappointed in reviewing what has come in from our residents. Despite overwhelming preliminary support, our council could not authorize $15,000 to help our residents better understand how to tackle a utility undergrounding project. I feel that the information that was provided to the residents, candidly, was misleading. It overinflated the actual cost on a per parcel basis because the study was to show exactly how each individual parcel was going to be assessed. The manner in which it was conveyed to the residents was a one-size-fits-all, and that's frankly not how it's done. It's not how it's done in other cities. And the number that was generated from SCE is so incredibly different than what the Public Utilities Commission stated on a per mile basis would cost. I thought that candidly further study should be done with SCE before such a survey should be put out. The timing of the survey was a relatively short period of time for in my opinion, the council to even think of acting on this. As was pointed out, it was a holiday weekend. I just recently got my survey and was able to get it in only because I had a couple of days off and for whatever reason didn't have things planned. But I can guarantee you I was probably in the minority. So I think that the sample size you got in is not an accurate representation, nor were the numbers provided to the residents. The $1 million number that, Madam Mayor, that you, with all respect, pointed out, claim that Pat Buttress came up with for the other utilities is an exaggerated number, to say the very least. I don't think Pat Buttress, candidly, is even an engineer, and nor could she calculate that number. In fact, I was at a breakfast meeting with her as part of the committee and the engineer that gave a preliminary number for SCE, and she would not provide that number, not in a public forum, not on a document. How could she possibly calculate what other utilities might charge? So to say that other utilities are going to charge $1 million is inaccurate and misleading. And it sounds like staff is going to recommend that the matter be tabled to create a policy. I'm disappointed. I would like a more thorough and well thought out approach by our council, by our staff. Residents put a lot of time into this, and I thought that perhaps there were some other issues that came into play that were not appropriate with respect to this. Personal agendas, I'm not saying necessarily the council, but I'm disappointed. You have two councilmen that put in quite a bit of time. You have a group of residents, volunteers that are trying to improve the city, trying to improve property values, trying to improve sight lines, safety issues, trying to improve transmission quality so we don't have fluctuations, so our lights don't dim on and off, so that we can make Villa Park what Villa Park can be, what it should be. Unfortunately, sometimes when we have such a narrow point of view on things, we don't see the bigger picture. And I would just urge that at a later point in time we do reconsider this issue. I'm certainly going to bring it back. I'm certainly going to put in the time. I think Villa Park's worth it, and I hope that you do too. Thank you.
I'm going to close public comment, and I'd like to thank you, Vince. You did a lot of work. You did a lot of work, and it's noted, and I know the councilman walked it also, and I believe that the residents, in the end, have now been well informed, whether the numbers are right or wrong. We had a lot of people here personally speaking at our last meeting, personally. So it didn't have anything to do with an estimated number or anybody's opinion up here. But they did come in and they were a little bit confused, and ultimately, some of them did return a survey. I did look at the names that got returned. They were, almost all of them, you had actually gone, they had signed the petition, and they rescinded it, as well as having people who attended here and rescinded. It doesn't mean that this doesn't come back, but the city should have a policy. That's how the other cities do it. That way there isn't any misunderstanding, and that's how the cities, do it. They have a policy, which is what I recommend and certainly will move, that we do that so that when this issue does come up again, it's black and white. And, we can tell our residents exactly what's happened, and, I certainly would like to, there's discussion going on, I understand, and if anyone would like to discuss anything else. it's
Yeah, well,
open.
yeah, I'd like to thank you also, Vince, and also Bob and Bill. I know there's a lot of work put into this, but I think the numbers that were presented were basically in the ballpark, and I think they are, probably say, a little high. There was other engineering studies from previous years that we know about those numbers. They're all big. I think that the main thing is that typically in other cities, they have, if a special interest district wants to form, they can at their own expense. That's the main thing. And I think that's perfectly good. We want to help you do that. But as far as us paying the engineering study, we're kind of shy on that one. But if you get everybody together and you can pay for it, that's great. Now, and of course, we will be there to help you all the way, because we're going to be involved legally and from a staff point of view, regardless. Doesn't really matter. So I just, I encourage you also to maybe increase the scope and the amount of people that are involved. I mean, I've asked Mr. Cooper when he was here the other time, what would it cost to do the entire city? I mean, of course, that comes into a tax bond act, and that becomes a lot more complicated. So I don't know if Villa Park really wants to go down that path. But we understand your position. I just happen to be lucky enough that I live in a neighborhood that was already undergrounded. But I think you're right. Everyone would benefit within the city limits. You're absolutely right. But if the whole city's done, not just certain areas that are convenient. So that's, otherwise, thanks. Appreciate it.
Okay, well, I move to not approve the $15,000 and not hire the consultant, as well as to direct staff to have a policy for the city of Villa Park.
Second.
Well, it wasn't really not to spend the $15,000. That's not what's on the table. It was just the recommendations that council to table the pilot project and return with underground utility assessment district formation policy. That was the recommendation.
That was a recommendation.
Yeah, so you're doing something different.
I'm doing what was originally brought to council, was to hire a consultant, and
Well,
the consultant was $15,000, and this was continued.
What's this
So
continued item?
So
Yeah.
my recommendation
This isn't
is
right.
to not hire the consultant for the $15,000. That's my motion, as well as to direct staff to come up with a policy for the city of Villa
Or
Park.
could make it a substitute motion.
Well, that's my motion, and
I've seconded.
I'm not going to spend another half an hour playing on words. That's what came to us last time,
Yeah.
was to hire a consultant for $15,000.
So the motion is to deny retention of the consultant.
Correct.
And if you added on to that, or that's it?
Yes, I did, and to create and to
Create
direct
a
staff to
policy.
create a policy
Come back to council.
for underground, to deal with
Present it to
underground,
us later.
correct,
Right.
correct.
That's fine, and that was already seconded.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, vote. Mayor Fasenelli?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills?
Yes.
Councilman Barnett?
Yes.
Councilman Colacott?
No.
Councilman Nelson?
No.
The motion carries 3-2.
I'm going to move on to the consent calendars. Okay, all items on the consent calendar are considered routine and enacted by one motion. Approving the recommended action listed on the agenda, any member of the council or staff can request an item be removed. All items shall be considered immediately following an action as the remaining items on consent calendar. At this point, we've already taken care of 13. So we are referring to items number 7
Through
through 12 and
14.
number 14. Would any council member like to pull a consent item?
I'd like to pull number 9 and 11.
Okay. Okay.
Which one?
He's pulling 9 and 11.
Okay.
Staff's gonna pull 12.
Staff is going to pull 12.
Okay.
Okay.
Item number,
Was the one
I'd
for
like to
12
pull
on
item.
there, didn't he?
Yes.
When-
I heard 9 and 11 so far,
It's 9, 11, and 12.
and 12.
10, 11, and 13 for me, so I
No.
guess that's just,
13's already
We,
done.
we've taken 13 already.
okay, so 10 and 11.
And I was going to pull 10 as well, so.
Okay, so you're going to pull 10. Okay.
I move the rest,
I'll second.
which is,
Just
it's 7 and
Is
4,
any- is
7, 8,
anything
and
left?
14, right?
So 7,
Eight.
8, and 14.
The remainder, yes.
Okay. You moved it?
Yes.
Second.
Second was Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes,
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes.
5-0.
Hey. Okay.
9,
All
10,
right.
11, 12.
We're going to take these
always
in
happens when
order.
nobody's here.
Number 9, Councilman Nelson.
I had a question on that. In your memorandum, Michelle, you indicate at the bottom here, said per council direction to February 24th meeting, this variance report will be continued to be prepared each month, February, April, June, August, October, December each year, and the finance report package presented at January meeting be presented offsetting months, January, March, May, July, September, and November of each year. I didn't see that in the minutes. I thought that the motion was to do a bi-monthly financial report on the new format.
Well, that's the policy. Part of our, what our code says is that we have to present a financial report. And council said we can do the boosted one every other month, and we'll do the routine one every month, because it's required to give a financial report to council, and that's what council.
But that wasn't what was in the minutes.
Okay, well, I didn't review the minutes in detail for that, but that was what council understood, and I believe it was spoken.
It was,
last
I recall that.
But
That maybe
that's
we
the-
need to fix the minutes then, because that
But
is.
first
what
of all,
we
it's
voted.
not what's in the minutes. And then, does it make sense to do alternate reports every month? Isn't that extra work? Wouldn't it be easier to do one report? the
No,
same-
because this report is the turnkey report, which takes a matter of minutes to prepare. The lengthier report, yes, takes more time, which is why council direction was to only send that bi-monthly.
We went through this at the meeting.
We,
I
we
remember-
went, we went through this
I
2
remember
weeks
going through
ago
the
too,
same
again.
issue.
We did it again 2 weeks ago at the budget study.
But all I'm looking at is the minutes. I didn't go back and review the tape.
The tape is the final minutes, correct, for us, if I remember correctly? The video is the final.
But it's only the motion and the action that you took on the motion. It doesn't matter what the discussion is. It's only what motion and what you acted on.
Sure, yes, and we acted on bi-monthly, so what I'll do is just take this last sentence out of here and voila, you got a day,
Take this last sentence out.
out of this little note at the bottom of the page, yeah.
No, but then what she's providing is this old report on every other month.
Yes, which is council's direction. We've talked about it 3 times.
I saw nowhere where it counts.
Yeah, we've talked about it, and we even talked about it.
I don't see
The
what.
minutes may be flawed, but I remember that
Yeah.
discussion.
Well,
Several times.
all you have is official minutes. You know that's what you have.
Yes, and we have the municipal code. The municipal code says council will get a monthly
Well,
report.
I told you guys that at the time. That didn't seem to matter.
You told us it at the last council meeting.
Yes,
as well.
exactly.
We have the tape, we have the videotape too, but I remember it. Bill.
Let's just correct it so
So
we
the
it
minutes
all
are
falls
wrong.
in
He did.
right.
The minutes are wrong.
said
They
he
don't reflect
corrected
the meeting.
Then we're
The
fine.
minutes aren't wrong, just this last sentences. We'll strike through it and call it a day.
No, but then you strike through the sentence, but then you still provide the report. You know, alternate reports, which I'm saying that the minutes don't call for that report.
No, but
The code does.
I know. I told you that, but okay.
talked about it last
All right.
council
All
meeting
right.
as well.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
No, the municipal code trumps the minutes, is what you're telling us. Because that just happened right now, in the last
I
item.
brought it up last time. No one seemed to be concerned about it.
We're not concerned about
code.
this issue now. I'm not,
I'm not following,
I don't understand
following
either.
your
I think
direction.
I think they're doing
It's piecemeal
exactly what we
together at
ordered.
certain times, but we're still following council's
I think we're in violent agreement, so let's move forward.
well, someone needs to move.
I just think it's I won't say the word, but I don't think it's a way to run an organization to have alternate reports every other month. That's different financial reports. I don't care what it costs to present them. Just doesn't make sense. First off, this audit report is totally worthless to me. I'll take
But that report's been good enough for how many years, the other one, the turnkey? Okay. But I think Bill's got many good valid points.
I do not think that report is worthless to this council, and I appreciate the work that's been done on it.
That's my personal opinion, and I have a right to have a personal opinion about the report.
And I'm
Right.
okay.
So you may disagree with it, but I think it's worthless.
I agree with I want you to have your personal opinion. I don't want to
Okay.
step on that. I'm just saying, I appreciate it, and it's worked for this
So
council
I
for a
think-
long
I
time.
think-
you'd like to have this one every month, is what you're saying?
I'd rather have the new report every month. That's more
Give us the
meaningful.
report every month.
That's
You're
what,
getting a new report every other month. You're getting this report.
Every month.
and I don't understand how it takes so long to take some simple numbers and put them into a spreadsheet. That's what I don't understand. I've done thousands of spreadsheets, and I know how long it takes. Because that's all you're doing is taking,
We spent 20 minutes on this and we voted and we're done with it, so where are we headed? Can we move it?
Move it.
Receive and file, so yes.
I'll move it.
Second.
We'll see how it works out. We can modify it later.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, it carries.
Does everyone vote?
Let's receive and file.
All right. Bob and Bill, you pulled item number 10. Bob, since you haven't been here.
Bob and
It was Rick and Bob, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm going to give you the opportunity to speak because you haven't been here, if you don't mind, Rick.
You're not tired of listening to Rick, are you?
If you don't, I just figured, we got to get him, we got to get him on the record.
They actually called for me on that because of the.
Okay, it's all yours.
Compelled to speak on that. Go ahead.
Okay, well, in the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee report, we identified, or the report identified, 4 key categories of crimes that they'd like to report on and focus on going forward. One is 211 robbery, 459 residential burglary, 487 grand theft, and 10851 stolen vehicle. In the report, in the presentation that was presented by the chairman of the committee, he included a graph showing all of those and a total for all of a total number for those 4 priority categories. I'd like to, as part of a motion, ask that the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee work with the Sheriff Department to provide that on a monthly basis, the status of those 4 priority categories, so you can see how those priority categories are fluctuating on a month-by-month basis. And also, the LEAC is, or the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee, is more concerned with the crimes that occur in our residential and commercial areas, and not so much, the crimes that are going on in the at the high school, like the petty thefts. And we'd like to see if we can get those statistics split out separately so we can see what's going on in terms of crime in our neighborhoods versus what's going on at the high school. So I'd like to make a motion that we ask the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee to work with Sheriff Department to provide the statistics in that manner.
Does that really
We
take a
can't-
motion?
I don't think we can. We can't do that. Okay, well, let me clarify this and make sure I understand what you want. There were 2 incidents at Villa Park High School. So on this report, out of this 25 crimes, 2 of them occurred at Villa Park High School. Am I reading it correctly?
Well, we have the, if you look on page 3, there's a summary of the all the crimes that occur and all the
Right.
different types.
Right,
And
and I-
also the 5-year comparison.
Right.
And I don't know if you received a handout from Vince.
Right, but I
with
can't
the-
go through it here.
No,
Yeah.
the just the table
Okay.
off the slide.
Okay.
And it shows a separate graph of the trend of the 4 high priority category crimes.
I don't have a table in mine.
That was a separate handout.
Oh, I didn't get that.
Okay.
We didn't get it.
Yeah, we all got it.
In fact, we discussed.
Yeah, it was in Vince's PowerPoint. Anyway, it showed that although the total crimes appear to be going down, the crimes of greatest concern, those 4 categories, are actually going up. those are the ones that the residents seem to have, or have more concern about, the robberies, the burglaries, that sort of crime. So we want to keep track of that, and I'd like to see a report on that every month as part of this report, so that we can see how are we doing in terms of controlling those 4 key categories of crimes.
Isn't that something that the LEAC can just generate?
They could. They need to work with the sheriff
But you
department.
could just get the information from Lieutenant Gensel, right?
So, he's on the committee. Do you need
Okay.
anything from us?
Okay, if
Yeah.
no motions
No,
needed,
you can't
that's
do
fine.
that?
But
One, it's not an agenda, so I mean, there's no action taken
Yeah.
motion. It's receive and file this report. But the information's already here. It's just us putting it into the proper graph.
Oh,
Okay, good.
you just want to make it official, right, Bob? That was it?
That was it.
Okay, all right.
And I pulled it for a very similar reason. I started reading and said crimes are down, and I looked at it, and the serious crimes were going up. And in fact, it doesn't report really year-to-date. There's enough there that you can dig it out, but it really doesn't report per se year-to-date, which is the most current, nicest stuff to see. And for your reference, the serious crimes, the burglaries, they're up for the first 4 months of this year, they've gone up from 18 last year to 25 this year, and 2014 was over 2013. And this frankly is the reason that I spurred all the camera issues and the security concerns in the last council, and was probably what triggered the formation of this committee. However, I frankly would love to see the committee come up with some suggestions, because this is not, I've been looking at this for years. This is really nothing new, okay? This is what we're talking about in the first place. So this really just points out what we've been talking about already. I would love to see some suggestions from the advisory committee as to how to deal with this, rather than just spending a lot of time looking at the numbers that we get
Well,
for years.
the numbers help us keep track of, where things are going.
Right, I understand that.
So,
We've been
yeah,
looking at that
and
for
yeah,
years,
and
so
the,
where are we going?
and the report identifies some initial recommendations for controlling crime.
Do we have actual recommendations?
Yeah, there are recommendations in that.
Actually, the best, if I could be so bold here, is I was having a meeting with Jared, and I love that the sheriff walked in and said, could you please tell your residents to lock their cars and lock their
Absolutely.
front door? And that was the rash of,
You
a few
should- this is
burglaries.
part of
And
TV.
he
That's
did, he
probably
was
the-
frustrated. You
That's-
saw the look on his face.
I understand that is probably the most important thing that we can do
Yeah,
as a
so,
community.
Okay.
It was education.
I mean, there's not, I'm looking at the
So-
recommendations.
So receive and file?
Nothing
Receive and file.
So we
here
should
for
move,
us to do.
so should we receive and file? Do we need to move this?
Voice vote to receive and file.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
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 Carried.
All right.
Yeah.
Bill, you pulled item number 11.
Yeah, you made a change on page 3 of 30, paragraph 4.2, replace official and officers with advisors. It says, as member of the IAC merely recommend ideas to the council's officials and officers. This is talking about the area about the prudent investor standard. And in my opinion, that applies only to the officer or official actually making investments, not the IAC, who only makes recommendations. So I think I believe it's correct in its current form, because that's applying to Jared or Michelle that actually makes the investments. The prudent investor standards apply to them, not to the IAC.
Is that,
I think what the IAC was trying to get across is that every recommendation that that they make to us to look into a new investment or to invest in a new treasury or, government agency, or they too make sure that the prudent man rule is part of what they are referring to as well. So that was where the recommendation came from the committee.
Well, I talked to at least one of them, and they said they disagreed with it.
There was no one who disagreed with this in there. There was only one person missing on that committee who wasn't there. And I forget, one of our new members wasn't there. Yeah,
Well, I talked to the chair, Bill Underwood, and he said he disagreed with it. That's what he told me, whether he expressed it in the meeting or not.
well, Bill was present, and I was present, and at the investment, and it was voted, and minutes were taken. And in addition to that, when she wrote it, she sent it off to everybody to make sure that it had been written correctly to what they had voted on, and they came back and said they acknowledged it. So it's coming to us after several reviews of that committee.
My understanding, the prudent investment standard only applies to the person that's actually making investments, not to an advisory committee that's making recommendations.
Don't we want the advisory committee to?
I'm talking about what the prudent investment standard applies to, where it applies to all over, not just here. That's what I'm talking about. The prudent investment standard applies to the person actually making investments. It said that you should do due diligence like a prudent person would do when you're making investments. And it only applies to the person that's making investments, not some advisory committee.
Well, they're this, this being a citizen advisory committee, they try to act, they try to act in the best interest as though they are making the investment, although, no, but they're not. I mean, this is their committee, it's not our committee. And that's how it was explained to me by this council. So the chairman, who's been on there several years, and I think we've all know who's been on there, they've been on there for years, came up with this unanimously. No, did anyone come back to you with any changes?
They're all, they're implemented.
They're
in here.
implemented. So they came up with this policy.
Well, first off, this council has, in the past, has made changes to what the investment advisory committee has come up with. So it doesn't mean that they are the final word on it. The council is the final word on it. I chaired that committee for several years, and I know the council in the past has made changes to our recommendations.
Which one is that? Where's the language? What are we-
The language
How
is on
about adding
page
the word
3.
and?
Page what?
Page 3, paragraph 4.2, and where they replace official and officers with advisors, saying that the members of the investment advisory committee only make recommendations. And I'm saying they are not the prudent they're not subject to the prudent investor standard. The person that's subject to the prudent investment standard is the person actually making investments.
I still haven't found the, I hate to.
It's on page 3 of
Page
30,
3.
the top of the page.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I was
4.2.
looking in the head. Okay,
And we
page-
can add the word and, say,
14.
the investment advisors and, or I mean officials and advisors.
I have a bigger issue is that if why is it the chairman is telling you that he disagrees with this? And we were in a meeting, we have minutes, and there was no disagreement. I have a bigger issue. I wanting,
I think we should defer this.
because no one's come back to the council, no one's come back to you, he hasn't written us a letter.
What's the harm
Bill's
in,
up, we can go.
Well,
what's the harm
I mean,
in
that-
making
yeah,
it more conservative? I mean, do we want to say officials and advisors?
right, I mean, that would encompass everybody, and that would bring them up to this, I mean, if Councilman Nelson believes that they can be held to that standard as well, I mean, is there anything wrong with that?
I don't think they can be held to that standard because they're not actually making investments.
But they're giving
Everywhere
advice
I've
on
seen in
that,
the past,
so
the
it
prudent
could be
investment standard
possibly
only applies to
a
the
added
person
benefit.
investments, making investments.
So actually, that should be down in this
Right,
next
so
paragraph.
anybody making recommendations is not subject to that.
But who says an advisor can't agree to be held to a prudent investor standard?
I mean,
What if I, as an advisor, sign a contract and say, I will adhere to a prudent investor standard? Am I not responsible for that?
Yeah,
I
you
can't
can,
contract for that?
you can, yeah, you can do that.
Well, that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
But then that gets the official off the hook. You're not holding your official to.
Does this say the
No, it
official's
said-
not held to a prudent advisor standard?
No, it says that investment advisors in the Manchester shall use the prudent investment standard. Doesn't say anything about the person actually making an investment is subject to that standard.
Well, let's put both. Let's
Put
put,
an and and call it
let's put advisors and officials or officers. or
That
whatever.
that would be more acceptable.
Great, let's do that.
Okay.
Is that okay? We can do that,
And I want to
Chair?
clarify, I agree with that, and that's a great recommendation. I'm still going to go back to, and I'll put a call into Mr. Underwood. Actually, Michelle, would you confirm with him? Because I have a hard time
He sent
understanding.
he absolutely sent me some changes. I put them in, we
Okay.
pushed them through. We were both good. This
Because there was
is
no
how
disagreement
it
in
was
there.
rolled out with Investment Advisory Committee. They wanted
everybody's
it put
prudent.
in,
Well, first of all,
and they made their comments over email, and we added it, and
Yeah, no,
it's
we'll
for
change
you.
it. That's great.
Can't complain about additional responsibilities, so
Yep.
Fine.
let's put it in. So,
We're just confused about the fact that it was all agreed upon and
But that's not unusual that the investment advisory committee would agree upon something and the council would change it. I've
No.
had many council members change my recommendations that I made.
No, but you said, you said that the
So
chair
don't tell me,
disagreed.
it's not that unusual. Oftentimes I put stuff in here and they said, no, we don't like that, we think it should be better this way. Has that not been the case? So this is not something that's all that unusual.
That's not unusual, but you said that the chair disagreed, and the chair
Well,
didn't disagree. and we-
I reviewed this with Bill, told him what my rationale was. He said he agreed. Now, maybe he just didn't want to make an issue of it. You know, maybe he thought it was not a big enough issue to make an issue of it. But
Officials and
I
advisors.
think it is, because I think it's wrong to have the advisors be held to the prudent standard and not hold the official that's making the investment,
But I think
which is
we're gonna-
normally the
Why
way.
don't we just take the vote? I think
Let's
we're
just
gonna
vote.
agree
Let's
to
just go.
agree.
We're in violent agreement again.
Yeah, so I'll make the motion. I move we add the word officials, so it reads investment advisors and officials.
I second it.
In
You
both,
delineate
in both
that, and I
places,
make a motion to approve it.
in both places?
This is just a,
Both places.
This is a resolution, so it requires a motion second.
Well, wait a
okay,
minute.
we got it.
But you know, before we approve it, I got my own issue on this.
Oh,
Okay.
well.
I'm so anxious
better
to dispose of
withdraw.
bills, I forgot
Okay.
my own. My comment was, in here it talks about the finance director, I think it's a finance director, you know, reconciling the bank account, here we go, cash balance are reconciled with the finance. director.
Page.
I mean,
Page?
oh, it's at page 7.2, page 4.
Page 4.
I don't know why, I mean, the finance director is a, you know, management, it's a member of the board, it's an oversight individual. I don't know why they would be reconciling anything. In fact, in Deanna's case, it's probably fine because she's got a background, but to put it as a policy, you know, likely we're not gonna have many people with that background that sit in that position. So, I mean, it seems to me that stuff should be reconciled, frankly, not even by, probably shouldn't even be by at least initially, even by the finance director.
She doesn't have check.
Well,
She doesn't have.
Reconciled by now.
those are where your controls come in. We have segregation of duties, and our auditors go through to make sure that I do not have the ability to change anything. The
Internal
records go, exactly, we have a ton of internal controls, so
But to the finance director? I
we
mean,
have no staff.
We don't have any
I am
staff.
the only staff. I mean, we have people taking money, we have people
We got an
depositing
audit
it.
firm. Can we get the audit firm to reconcile, or just even get a CPA firm to reconcile?
You can pay for that, sure, they'll come in
I mean,
and charge you.
I think we should have someone reconcile. To have the finance director reconciling accounts is kind of crazy. I mean, maybe we happen to have an accountant in there now, but to make that a policy, I don't know how many finance directors. I was finance director before I got some accounting background. I'm not gonna reconcile those accounts. No way.
Small city.
I mean, you can't.
Well,
I don't
that-
You'd be
know
amazed at what I
a
do.
Rick.
policy to fit just because we happen to have a person in that package, unless you want to rewrite it every time we change people.
Rick, what happens when you have a very small staff like that? You do have a problem with segregation of duties.
No, I
What
understand.
they do have, though, was confirmed by the city treasurer. So you do have some oversight.
How about, is Dennis still on there? Could
That's
Dennis-
what he
That's what
does.
it's
It's
saying.
there.
Dennis-
It's right
Dennis
there.
confirms it.
Confirmed by the city
Confirmed by
treasurer.
the city treasurer.
Yeah, you're there.
So that's your control
There's
there,
your
is it's
control.
confirmed by the city treasurer.
Should he reconcile it? You want the
No,
the finance director to reconcile?
Finance do the reconciliation, he's gonna review the reconciliation.
I understand that.
I
But if
I
they
understand
want
what
to
you
assign a
say.
Reconciling
okay.
job to the finance director?
Oh,
I
who
agree.
else is gonna do it?
But no one else is to
There's
do
no
it.
one else to
Doesn't
do
make any
it.
sense at all. Let Dennis reconcile with the finance
No,
director.
he's not.
No,
He's-
no, no,
no,
no.
he doesn't have that authority to do that.
That's, the treasurer is a higher level job than the finance director.
The finance director's on the council as the mayor. You want the mayor's gonna reconcile the bank account?
No.
No,
Michelle,
honey, Michelle is the finance director.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Michelle.
I'm not reconciling anything unless you give me a paycheck. Okay, it's not gonna happen.
Now, of course, you can go outside and get an accounting firm to do all your accounting
Yeah,
for
no,
you.
okay.
And you,
Can
and
I
Isn't
suggest?
the finance director the same one that writes the checks?
No. Well, she writes the checks, but she doesn't have signing authority. Michelle does not have signing. That is why she's able to reconcile it, because she does not have
And I don't
signing
have
authority.
access to blank
And she
checks.
doesn't
I
have
don't have
access
access
to
to
it.
cash.
I
I don't
understand
have
your
access to
concern, and
anything.
if we had even a half a person more, I would punt it on to them, but we don't. but because no signing authority.
I'm sorry, I was treating you as your chairman of the finance.
And not
committee.
unless I get a paycheck.
There it is.
I'm going to say it again loud and clear,
I
okay?
was thinking finance committee. I was thinking that was you. Okay.
No, that's Michelle.
I got elevated.
Yeah, and I didn't realize she.
Figure it's too high to get-
Frankly, I didn't realize she didn't have
you
signing
paid.
authority.
I got elevated for no
Although
pay.
I know we signed.
Okay.
All right, can we move this?
All right, let's move it.
Yes, you need a motion to vote to adopt resolution number 2015-3317 with the statement of officials and advisors.
So we second moved. We never did it.
Then we have a motion and second?
I'll
You
motion.
already seconded. I thought you were taking a vote.
I thought we did. And Rick seconded it, right?
Sorry.
Yeah, I seconded it.
All right.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes.
Carries 5-0. And then I pulled
12.
12 for the investment policy.
Yes.
I wanted to take the IAC, funny, we're still on them, off of the city's conflict of interest code as Form 700 filers. So we will remove them here, but Megan was telling me today that there's a government code section buried in here that still says, those charged with interest or an investment are to file Form 700. So the Investment Advisory Committee, even though they do act in advisory capacity, still must file a Form 700.
Okay. We need to notify.
Wait, does that require them to actually make investments? Because they're on advisory, they don't make investments.
It's to manage investments. The statute is vague as to what manage says. It's recommended that you would be, act on out of abundance of caution and continue to file Form 700s because it appears that they could be subject to 87-200.
Is that an ultra-conservative position? Because,
It's not.
what's happening is we have some people who are on it.
Right.
And they don't want to continue. I mean, it's a volunteer position. They meet 4 times a year for an hour and a half.
I wouldn't say it's ultra-conservative.
Okay, all right.
I would think it would be. I know that people in the past have not served on the committee because they had to file
And
Form
that's what
700.
I'm afraid might happen.
Right.
That's what's going to
I
happen.
also know with Bill Underwood at one time applied for LAFCO public representative, and he was denied because they say you cannot be an officer of any public agency. And by filing Form 700, he was considered an officer.
That's correct.
And he could not even apply for the LAFCO position. So there's hindrances like that, and I think it's ultra conservative to
LAFCO
have the
position.
IEC
For LAFCO
to
position.
have the conflict of interest because they only recommend. They don't do any
Official action.
official action. So I was happy to see it on the agenda to take them off.
Yeah, and that came up, Bill, because, we did get some new people on there,
Yeah.
to do
Yeah.
that. And there was a gentleman who was concerned, he was concerned. And
Yeah.
then when we brought it up for discussion, we had a few that were on there that it has been, it is a burden for
Yeah.
them. So when I looked into it and we figured out that we didn't have to have it, it was, they had their hands up
They
in
were
the air saying,
ecstatic.
hallelujah, this is great. But then again, if you found something since then is there a way for us to change? This is going to be different.
Change the government code, no.
No, I
Send
can't do that.
a letter, and if they do not file timely returns, then I'm
not going to harp on them. The city clerk is the filing official of the city.
I understand.
But it doesn't matter as long as you have it in there. You would have issues like Bill had, as long as it's in our
Bill
conflict of interest code that he's required to file.
It's no
Well,
longer in our conflict of interest code, though. So we'll still remove it from our code, but it is in the government code.
so you're saying we will do as you recommend here, remove them from the conflict of interest?
Oh, here he is.
Okay.
You heard us.
You heard us.
Talking about Bill Underwood.
I'm trying really hard here not to have you fill out that Form 700. I am trying, but the government's not cooperating. So.
I'm going to move the staff recommendation then for the
Second.
updating that 2015 conflict of interest code update.
I got a little confused. Are we safe by doing that?
Yes, we're safe on the city's designated file.
Yeah. Okay.
And we're not going to get any of our citizens in trouble by telling them that they don't have to file it.
I'm not going to tell them that they don't have to, but I'm not going to tell them that they have to.
I see.
And I say that because I understand. I just need to make it clear that when we ask somebody to be on that committee, that we make it clear to them that it's, I guess, their personal choice whether or not they want to file it or not. Because, am I correct, they put themselves at risk. I don't want to have the liability come back to the city.
It's really
Yeah.
bad. It's always too much
I mean,
risk in
that's
front of
just,
the
that's
government.
just hard
We'll go visit
because,
them. Ridiculous.
you know, if you can't, you know, we have a situation here with, you know, Mr. Underwood who couldn't apply to LAFCO to do that.
Right.
But, and that's not what we want. Okay. What?
Let's go.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes.
Carries 5-0.
Okay, I need to take a 5-minute break for Councilman Barnett.
I'm a stand-up break.
Thank
2
you.
hours is enough.
Okay. Recommended level of service and second amendment to the 5-year agreement for law enforcement services with the Orange County Sheriff's Coroner.
No change in staffing level, increase of 4.5%, which is about $55,000 a year. Another item of concern here is something that came out of the Budget and Finance Study Session to increase the directed patrol from 5,000 to 45,000. And then this agreement still calls for the SRO position. It's not part of the contract amount. We pay for it out of the cops. Those are the key items when it comes to our law enforcement services.
Is the additional 40,000 included in here?
No, it's just included in our budget.
Oh, okay, so it would be
And
40,000.
then the SRO budget's how much?
100,000.
100,000.
So nothing's changed except that we've got a $45,000 or $55,000 4.5% increase. And they're gonna have more negotiations and they'll pass whatever labor negotiations on us.
Correct.
So as with every other time we address this, it's disgusting. It doesn't seem to tie to the economy at all. And I suggest, and I move we approve it because we never have any real choice.
I second. Guess what?
Guess what?
I did have one question on page 2. I didn't quite understand the regional shared staff thing. 0.58% of 61/100ths of 1, and then 0.60. That math doesn't add up to me.
It's very confusing. So we do not pay for an actual 1 sergeant. We have 0.6 sergeants, and our share of that is 0.58. So our share is 0.58 of 0.6 of a sergeant.
Oh, 0.58 of 0.6.
Yes. Right? Yes.
It's a very specific item, Bill. It's been scientifically proven to be exactly accurate.
Okay, well, now, on the 0.99% of 1 investigative assistant, does that mean we get 99% of it? Or we get less than 1% of it?
Well, you know,
It's
I don't know.
0.99%.
0.99. So that would be like
That rounds off to 1%, when we need one.
These numbers change every year.
No, but I mean, what?
It's about an hour every week.
I didn't understand what it meant.
Do we get him for like a day, or do we just get him?
Right.
That's an hour.
Staffing services. It's
That's an
just based
hour.
on Call volumes, past call volumes and whatnot. They factor it into their fancy.
Their overhead.
Arithmetic. and
Their overhead.
This is what it spits out at.
You can read that all day, Bill, and your eyes will still be rolling.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right.
You got a second?
We
Yeah,
have a
seconded.
motion, Yep, and a.
It looks like from the money that it's 1%, because when you go another city and get the money, it shows 0.99% of 2 investigators auto theft is only $5,000. That's probably
They round it
1/10 of,
up.
it's probably 1/10 of 1%, is what it means. Okay,
It all totals out to about 16,000 a year.
okay, all right.
All right.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Mills.
Yes.
Carries 5-0.
All right, item number 16, Villa Park Community Service Foundation recommendation to become independent from the city of Villa Park. And we missed Bill, Chairman Bill Bender. I know that he was, Doug Bender, gosh, I'm tired, I apologize. Doug Bender was here to speak to us regarding this issue. Hindsight, we probably should have moved this up because it's an important issue to have the Community Service Foundation want to become independent from the city. It's an item that I specifically brought up when I got on council 2 years ago. And it wasn't met with clapping hands. How's that? I personally would like to hear from the foundation. I think it is a positive thing.
Actually, Doug asked me to speak on this in his place.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, Doug regrets that he was not able to stay tonight. He had an early morning meeting, but he would like to come back at our June or July meeting, whenever it's convenient, and would like to answer any of our questions. And he added that this is not anything that needs an immediate action. He's still, they're still doing some investigative work, and want to know what our questions are so that they can proceed on.
My understanding here is that the whole reason for this is the Brown Act. They are deathly afraid of the Brown Act, and that's the reason they want to break away.
But my question on that, the council itself is subject to the Brown Act.
Yeah.
We have 2 advisory committees that are subject to the Brown Act, and we all deal with it. Why can't they deal with it?
They don't want to.
That's what I'm saying, they don't want to. But I did have a recommendation on that. If that's a major complaint, I would like to know if we could ask our legal counsel, is there some way they could get away from having to do the Brown Act? There's certain things in the government code that says you're a legislative body.
Right.
That makes them a legislative body. Is there some way we can reconfigure them to make them not a legislative body? For example, one of the things that says it's a legislative body if one of the legislators sits on their board. Like we have a member that sits on their board. If we remove that person with that, and I don't want to answer tonight.
Right.
I just thought maybe if you look at some creative way that we could make them become not a legislative body and leave them the way they are.
That's a good idea. Let's study it and see if there's
Yeah,
some.
because that would resolve that issue.
Their issue.
Is because of the Brown Act, but there are ways that you can be a 501c3 for a local agency and not be subject to the Brown Act.
But they're not a 501c3.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
What are they?
They're a 509A2, which is actually also a 501c3. So it's 509A2s are public charities, so they
Okay.
qualify under the general umbrella of 501c3 charities. But
Okay.
509A2s also benefit from public charities.
Or public charity?
Yeah, so they are the supporting organization to the city, which is the supported organization.
Yeah.
The benefit is effectively that for certain types of charitable donations, the deductions can go higher, basically. Like,
Okay.
you receive more tax benefit in certain scenarios if you're a 509A2. It's unlikely that the 509A2 versus 501c3 status has any real impact on the foundation, given the types of donations that they typically receive.
Yeah.
So it's a fairly non-issue.
Maybe we could reconstruct them as a 501c3. Maybe that would be part
So
of
we
it.
could, yeah, so they one of the possibilities is reconfiguring them as a private foundation, but we'd have to investigate if they're still attached to the city but no longer a supporting organization, whether they're still within the umbrella of the Brown Act.
Right, if there is some creative way to get them out of the Brown Act and still be under control of the city.
Well, Bill, actually having been the representative on the Community Services Foundation since December, that you're exactly right. Your observations are exactly right. Their concern is specifically the Brown Act. Otherwise, they feel that they've got a very good relationship with the city. And I think that your recommendation is very insightful and creative to see if we can find some other way where they don't fall under the requirements of the Brown Act, so that we can continue the good relationship we already have.
Yeah, I actually told Kay that, there's ways of having meetings without having an official meeting, and then when you get to the agenda part, you can boom, do it real quick, and you're done. And that's all you have to do. You have to keep it
they could,
brief.
they could do these, but
Yeah.
my concern is spin them off as an independent group. It's how do we know 5-10 years down the road, when board members have changed and they selected their own board members, that they don't break away completely from Villa Park and not do what they're doing for the city now. We'd have no control over them. They could seek separate funding. They could even move the foundation out of the city of Villa Park. It's a California public charity as well as a federal public charity, is it not? They can move it anywhere in California.
They're not gonna be getting much Villa Park
But
money.
they don't have to get Villa Park money. They can get funding from other sources.
Great, then let them
They
go, and
should.
we'll start up a Villa Park funding, and we got.
But then why should we start up one when we already have one?
I think it's.
It's their movement, we didn't move it.
I think we should just kind of let them think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'd like to see is there some creative ways we can get around the Brown Act.
But you know what, Megan, before we do that research, I'd like it to go back to the foundation board. I think it's prudent to advise them that this is what we would like to do, and we're happy to do that for them if they want us to do that. Because they're the ones who came to us and said, we want to break away. So before we incur any legal fees or any time, why don't we make sure that that's their only, reason that they're going to leave, and have them vote on that?
You have Chairman Bender provided a letter earlier today that set forth 4 reasons for.
Okay.
We have.
So, and
We do.
Place the copy up as soon as we got it.
So I think the Brown Act was one.
The original intent was to get the foundation up and running.
He said that the original intent of forming the foundation was to sort of get it up and running. The third one was that the foundation and the city are tied together under the existing bylaws and will continue to persist in those roles. And finally, that it would eliminate legal risk effectively for the city.
There's more issues here than Brown Act, and these are issues that have come up. So,
I believe the Brown Act
Sure. And then just subsequent to that is the control that council has over the board together. I know that was concerning for them.
But the council should have control over this council organization. The council developed the organization.
Yes, as proposed, yes, which is why they want to explore eliminating
Right,
or separating.
It's almost like, your child, right?
Sure, divorcing, yep, absolutely.
Or divorce you because they don't want to have control over you anymore. But they
Live
want
under-
to stay,
live under your-
they want to stay
well,
right there.
they can't make it with that. Well, I'd like to continue it and come up with our questions, and
We all know that
I make a
story.
motion to continue it and put them at the front of the agenda.
I'll
so that-
second it.
So that we can ask the questions that we were going to ask to be.
But are we going to have legal to look at the issue?
I wouldn't have legal look at the issue because there's 4 issues, and I think that we
Well,
should speak to them.
Again, I was on that board for 4.5 years. There's only one issue they have, and that's the Brown Act.
There's more issues.
I was, no,
Officially, there's 4.
I don't care what he says here. These are false issues here, he putting up here.
Okay.
That's not
Oh,
the
wait
issue.
a minute.
Secondary issues. I know,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
understand what Bill's saying.
Yeah.
Bill's saying from a practical standpoint, yes, they enumerated some issues, but the underlying real issue driving it
Is the Brown Act.
So if we can ever look at Brown Act without spending a lot of money, it seems to me it makes sense, because then when they come in and talk to us, and we can tell them we did some research, we think we do this, they may say, okay, then let us go back and we'd like to address this one more time. That may
Yeah.
happen.
I have a hard time dismissing the board president's issues here, guys. I mean,
I don't have a hard time doing it because I spend a lot of time with those folks. I spent time when they talked about these issues. You know, when they talked
he
about it
wrote
quite
this
extensively.
letter and gave us
They
his
did write the,
reasoning.
but I've
If you
I've been
wanna
attending
break
all the
away, you
meetings,
got
and
to
all their-
give some
all
of
the
this.
concerns are specifically on the Brown Act, and I think it's even been commented to the committee that, yeah, the only thing we're really concerned about is the Brown Act. It's intolerable to them.
Okay, so we'll keep that in mind when we get letters from them. Not a problem.
So I call for the question.
Well, I'm going to move that we do have our legal counsel look at this issue and see if there's some ways that
They have their own
can-
lawyer anyway.
They can get out of the Brown Act.
And Antoinette's already looking at all that, so.
Antoinette's not that type of lawyer. Antoinette's a veterans lawyer.
This is our lawyer.
This is our lawyer
City
here.
lawyer looks at that.
And I think our lawyer should look at it, and that's my motion.
I'd
So,
second that.
okay.
But there was a motion, there's another motion on the table asking to continue this to have them come back,
Yeah.
which has nothing to do with this.
But that first motion didn't get a second. I got a second on
Yeah, I
mine, so I
seconded
think it
the
takes
Diane
precedence.
Okay, so right now they're not coming
I'll
back.
tell you what, why don't
Okay.
you guys withdraw your motions, and I'll make a motion with both issues, that we
Okay.
continue it and ask council to look at it in the interim.
Oh, I'll second that.
Okay. So if you
Pay
guys
atten-
withdraw your motions,
No,
I'll
pay
make-
attention, guys. We had a motion for them to come back. If we want to do some legal work, we can make that second motion. There's not a problem. I just want to talk to them. They were here. Unfortunately, it came too long. I think they have a right to come talk to us, and we have some questions, and I want to give them their day.
Yeah, but I think Rick and Bill have a good point that we want to be prepared.
You're right. When they come back, we want to be prepared.
That's all I'm saying.
If you tell them they didn't have to do the Brown Act, they would withdraw their
It's
request.
not, but the motion wasn't made.
And you're our resource, right? Okay.
Okay. So how do we do this?
All Jared has to do is
We'll take the
last motion
Take the
first.
last motion, okay,
Yeah.
that was
to
mine.
continue
And,
come
and,
back prepared.
Continue it to, now we
and
continue
come
it
back
to
with the
next
legal
meeting?
analysis.
Yes.
Next meeting.
All right, continued, and we look into the issue. So there it is. Somebody seconded it.
Yeah, it was second.
Yes.
I seconded.
I'll call for the question.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Yeah, Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes. And I thank him for coming to the meeting, and sorry we didn't get to him. Apologize to that. All right, we are on item 17, mayor and council member matters. Consideration of changing the date of June city council minutes, city council meeting. That would be Bill and Bob.
Yeah, we've already stated the reason we want to change the meeting so we can attend the League of California Cities.
I have a real problem with this because at the beginning of the year, I've already made a lot of arrangements for this to be here on that date. I had to make changes for family and business already myself.
What day is the normal council meeting held without a change?
Fourth Tuesday of every month except for the last 2 months
What's
of the year,
date in June?
23rd.
23rd.
So that's Tuesday in June.
Yes.
And
Trying
it
to
doesn't
think where
have
I'm
to
gonna be
be
here.
a week before or after. It could be that Monday, that Wednesday, that Thursday, whatever date works best for all.
But we,
At the beginning of the year, we issue a schedule, a calendar, and I've already planned my entire year around those dates. And I've done that for now, this is the third year I've been doing this.
well, I guess,
And I haven't missed a meeting yet. And anytime there was any conflict, we just worked around it. I understand the reasons that you want to move it, but now I've made arrangements already. And what I don't understand is why the city staff did not alert them that there was some conflict with the meeting that we have. It's a schedule that we put out every December for the next year. I don't understand that.
Oh, we knew there was a conflict when we signed up.
Okay.
We knew that.
Then-
But,
Well,
but,
then-
but also, we have changed the meeting this year.
We changed it because we
One
didn't have a
time.
full-time employee here. He was out with his wife having a baby. We have one full-time employee. We
But
couldn't run a council
It
meeting.
doesn't matter what the reason was, the fact that you changed it.
I'm afraid I disagree with you there. We have
Okay.
one full-time employee. We could not run a council meeting without him.
Let me complicate this some more. There
Okay.
is a slim possibility, I don't know how slim,
I won't be here the 30th.
that I won't be here the 23rd,
So-
in which case you'd have no quorum.
Exactly. So why?
Then-
why-
Let the meeting go dark for a
Yeah.
month and come back in.
It's a bad precedent. We have had council members go out of town, they've gone to Hawaii. With technology now, you can have your meeting, you can have it there, we can see you on TV, it's there. We've had council members do it. The Orange Unified School District Board does it constantly. This is not something new. You walk into the little hotel business service center, and you sit in front of the camera, and you see everything. But for,
You don't have to be on the camera, you can just be on the phone.
you can
You
even
do
be
it
on the phone.
phone?
Yeah,
Just
you do it on the
watch- just
phone.
Watch the meeting on your
You can, and
The one note to that is you still have to post an agenda at the
Yeah.
location.
Yeah.
Of course.
I don't know
Teleconference
if
rules.
anybody's going to join you, but
I'm not
could
proposing
take a
to
nap.
moving this. The kids are, everything gets planned around the fourth Tuesday of every month here.
Except the last 2 months.
Okay, my kids are on
It's
vacation.
the third Tuesday.
I made accommodations. They're going on vacation during that time. I did it around the council meeting.
What happens
I
if you
took
don't
a
have a quorum?
responsibility. If you don't have a quorum, then you don't have a quorum. You
Don't
don't
have a
meet till
meeting.
July,
you know what I mean?
So there,
I don't care, either way is fine.
you know? But
which has,
Study session.
which has to be passed.
I move not to change the meeting.
I second it. I mean, this is what we've been doing for a long time. If you miss some of this League of Cities thing, it's okay to move, or you can just be in a room and we'll take care of it, right there. Or we may have a short agenda, maybe.
Got a first and a second.
That's
Who seconded?
I did.
Oh, okay.
Call for the vote.
Yeah,
Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
yes.
Councilman Barnett.
There's been a suggestion on abstention. I don't think I can abstain. If I-
Abstain means yes.
You
I have-
Abstain is a yes.
And abstain is a yes, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And the motion is what, to continue it?
No, the motion is not to change
Oh,
the
no
date.
Change it. You can make accommodations for the meeting wherever they are.
Well, I guess I'll do my abstention and see what happens.
Okay.
Abstention is a yes.
No.
You-
Well, he
you know what
abstained.
happens.
Abstained.
Councilman Nelson.
No.
So it's 2-2-1, so the motion carries, no change. With Councilman Barnett abstaining.
Well, if I'm back, you got a quorum, and if I'm not, it's gonna be interesting.
No, they can, that's not it. No,
Unless they do it
I,
remotely.
I won't be here. I'm gonna tell you, I won't be here.
no, you can do it remotely.
No, I won't do it remotely either.
Okay, fine.
If you guys not any more accommodating, I'm not gonna be
I
any
mean,
more accommodating.
I don't have, I frankly don't have a problem
I mean, it's a,
accommodating. but it
Because we
sounds
want to
like we're gonna have other
accommodate you.
problems, and
It's a,
We're gonna miss other.
it's
No, wait a minute,
volunteer
wait, I want to make something very clear here. I make accommodations all the time to be here at this meeting as everyone else here. And that schedule is out in December. I made my arrangements around all of this stuff. And business meetings, personal meetings, everything else. I don't see why that a meeting in the League of Cities has to take precedence over this meeting. I don't get it. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'll just run like that. So you guys-
Well, all of us have our own priorities and
Hopefully I'll be
stuff.
back. You'll
We all have
quorum,
it.
and we'll
So,
have to-
I didn't think it's a big deal to
The hot
change.
button
to
item's
change.
already been continued to
Well, I
July.
made all sorts of changes to be at that meeting.
The one item here is typically, our budget has to be adopted by June 30th.
well, we have a meeting, we have a meeting set, so we'll find out.
Hold a special meeting. It's not gonna happen by June 9th, because we're 2 weeks shy, and as we mentioned earlier, we have one employee. So we'll hold a special meeting sometime in the last 2 weeks of.
You may have a quorum and be fine on the regular meeting. anyway, so let's
For clarification, though, certain items require a majority vote of the membership of the council, so that would require, if there's a quorum, that it's a unanimous vote.
So if
for-
we have cooperating council members, maybe
You'll
they'll
have a
do it,
problem.
maybe they'll do it
never have,
telephonically.
I'm aware of.
I think we've had enough meetings where we should be comfortable with the budget the way it is.
All right, item number 18, use of city letterhead and the seal policy.
some have disagreed with as official business of the city and others have not. What I have done here is created a policy that I think avoids any further ambiguities. Basically, it says that there's no use of letterhead, stationery, or the city seal by council members unless it is consistent with policies and positions that have been approved by the city council. The draft is before you. There's no need to change our municipal code because I think this just further elaborates on that, and I would change the use of letterhead in the city council policy.
I read this and I thought it was really vague. In fact, that's why it's the one item I don't have a comment on. I couldn't figure out exactly where that put us. Is this a flow down from the power pole?
Yeah.
Yes.
stuff? Is that where it
Yes.
came from?
Yeah. It was for the comments that came back from the surveys and from the people.
I mean,
It was a
I
think
mistake
this is
that
unnecessary.
happened.
This isn't any different, to me, this isn't any different than what it is now. I mean,
No.
frankly, my attitude is, you should use it consistent with authority, and I really don't see this policy as saying
What's
anything
the
more than
difference?
that. So to me, it really doesn't do anything.
Anytime
It's
I
so
have something,
vague,
I
but
just
it's,
come to you guys, you write it for me.
I don't
Throwing
know
in a
what it
letterhead.
means.
I don't, it's not a big deal.
Did you change anything in it?
Yeah, I mean, we
Not much.
clarified now that council members may use Villa Park letterhead, stationery, and seal for official city business. So what we changed was consistent, or added was the sentence, consistent with the policies and positions which have been approved by the council.
I'm not sure what that does. Does that mean
Okay.
everything we do has to have a city council thing before?
There.
If you originally wanted to write a letter and council hasn't taken a previous action on that,
Right.
it wouldn't go on letter.
What if you wrote it on a letter and you signed it
That's no
council?
problem at all.
I've never done it.
It's
but I
just
mean-
using city letterhead and the seal.
Which
Well,
we
like-
don't have access to anyway. We get it all from you.
Yeah, you're not
Right.
supposed to have access
Yeah,
to
we
the
don't
city
have it.
seal.
Frankly, can a council member send a letter out signed as a council member?
Signed as a council member, but not on city letterhead, under this policy. Right now, you can send a letter.
Basically, what I do now is I draft it and I just give it to Bethany.
Yeah, but then,
That's easy.
I think this is kind of overkill. I mean, just because we had one little issue.
Yeah, everything's straightened out now, right?
Yeah, I move, I
That's
tell
fine.
you, I move we not adopt this.
I'll second that.
Okay?
I can understand the premise, but I hope that doesn't happen again. This is so vague, it doesn't help much.
That's kind of, it might hinder
Yeah.
correspondence going out.
Yeah, I mean,
At this point, I mean, it's either be vague or try to come up with every possible scenario.
Correct.
I know.
I understand.
The mayor has to go get permission to send a letter.
I don't send any letters. I got my hand slapped when I asked. I've never sent a letter.
I don't think it should happen, but I.
Let's move on and call for the vote.
I've
won't.
already got a second on it, so.
No need,
Yeah.
I haven't,
so
no letter.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Councilman Nelson. Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes.
Here's the policy for the electronic devices for city council meetings. We're looking to, typically, it costs us about $6,800, $7,000 a year to print the agenda packet. We print 10 packets, roughly around 180 pages. Some black and white, some color. The proposed policy is to give city council a $1,000 threshold. Either staff will buy your iPad or your Surface or whatever device you prefer, or you can go out, to the stores and test one on your own, and we'll reimburse you up to $1,000 for the iPad, the tablet, and any related applications or accessories. The other option is if you just want to purchase it by yourself and at no cost to the city. So the total cost for this is just going to vary depending on the devices that you get, but probably will not exceed $5,000. We'll provide you whatever limited training that I have. We'll make it work, though.
Let me add that if anyone has any questions on laptops, feel free to see me, because I've now tested 5 of them, because I was against this initially.
Are you buying them and returning them?
Yes.
Well,
Yes, I'm being very candid with the vendors. Yeah, I've tried a Lenovo, I've tried a Microsoft, whatever it is, Pro 3, I've tried a MacBook, and I now have a Hewlett Packard Spectre.
does everybody here have a laptop of some sort?
I don't
Huh?
have one.
You don't have a laptop at all?
No.
No,
I don't
I've
have
been
one.
trying them.
Oh.
I don't like them, and I didn't like the proposal, but I've changed my mind, so.
I made a believer out of him.
Yeah, Bill's swayed me. He didn't sway me, just doing
If you still want
You
to.
do the same thing with shoes?
It's not that.
No, I don't.
I just think Office 365, you sent it to us and we got it on our computer.
But everybody don't have.
Are you gonna have to burn a copy anyway for the?
No.
One for the public.
Well, Rick's been doing a good job over here.
Yeah, I really like,
Last couple-
I opposed it, I liked my binder, I picked it up, I did it over the weekends, I wrote in the margin, and then I started trying it. I did a lot of things, I tried the Surface Pro, because you could write on it, and after trying at least 4 or 5 laptops, I have decided that you want to get one with a decent keyboard, because I can't type, and
You don't have pointy fingers.
and you've got to get,
It's little ones.
Adobe Acrobat Standard or Pro, and you can write in these. And I do have a suggestion, Jared, if we do this, if we could find a way to upload, what I do is I go to the website and I download the agenda and actually get it on here in a PDF. And it's great, and I can write on, do all my stuff. But I have to click on the links to look at the documents, which means I have to be somewhere I can get the link. If you somehow emailed the whole packet out so I could do that, but I
The
could
file
do it
server?
local without having to.
It's easy, yeah.
Oh, it would be great, because here's what happens, having done this now for a couple months. You can look at everything instantaneously, but you can still keep your sheet in front of you. You can use little pop-up windows and type whatever you want in next to each one of them. Then you can go out and hit the document, and when you're all done, instead of having this stuff all written on and my secretary scanning it into a file for me, and then when I get in here, somebody says, we did that 2 meetings ago, what am I gonna do? It's all in the office. Now, if you have it all, you can upload it to your server for storage if you want, and you can keep it all local on your device with all those items. And if something comes up, you can just touch it and you got the whole thing with all the notes and everything right in front of you to talk about. It's great. It really does work pretty good.
Rick, I want to make one suggestion. I think one thing that was left out, you talk about having connectivity. You should have in here to have pay for some connectivity so you can connect to the internet.
But if you do what I just asked, and Jared said it's no problem, you can still have a connectivity phone, but you won't need it. Because the entire thing download, not only do you get the agenda PDF, but you get all the exhibit PDFs separately, and you don't need the connectivity. You can just touch your thing and it's all local. So you have the entire file. It's perfect. And then when you're done, it's right on your computer. You can keep it, upload it, do whatever you want, and then the next month, they just start piling up. By the end of the year, you got the whole thing stored local on the computer.
Maybe, Bill, are you referring to when you're working and maybe you want to email him, you want to ask him questions, and if you don't have connectivity,
Yeah.
you wouldn't be able to
Yeah,
do
you wouldn't,
that?
you wouldn't be able to download it in the first place
Oh, sure you would.
unless you had connectivity.
Well, you gotta have sure, but I'm talking about I think you were talking about in the meeting, during the meeting.
No, I'm not talking about during the meeting.
Oh, yeah, sure, you gotta have connectivity, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
We have it here, though.
We
gotta
have
be on
connectivity
Ethernet
here.
or-
For off-site connectivity, the reason I didn't add it is it's considered a benefit, much like if we were to provide you a cell phone, all of a sudden we have to report that as income.
If we have what?
If you pay for internet service.
Connectivity, $30 a month, $40 a month, whatever the plan would be.
You mean,
It's reported as income. now.
don't we
That's
already
how-
have that on the Windows
So here we
365?
have, no, that's just general city email policy. This would be much like if I were to provide you with a cell phone, it'd be considered income.
But you don't need that. All you gotta do is get on any Wi-Fi or Ethernet.
Okay,
connection.
okay. It's not a big thing. I have connectivity, so it's not a
Yeah.
big deal to me. But
I
I just thought that in most policies I've seen like this, they had that in there as part of the program. They had
Yeah,
connectivity.
here, you can tie to the city Wi-Fi when you're here.
But okay,
Wi-Fi is different than 3G or cell connectivity.
yeah.
He's saying you can't buy us a communication plan with a carrier. But for us to come in here and link to the office Wi-Fi is no big deal.
But then you'd have to come in here to download the thing too.
Office Wi-Fi, home
If you did-
Wi-Fi,
if-
McDonald's.
Unless you're-
I'm saying if you didn't have
Yeah,
the
then you need to
connectivity,
come in here.
you'd have to come in here to
Right, but
download it
we've
too.
all
so-
got it. Everybody's got it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or
yeah?
go to home or
I don't.
Starbucks.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a councilman who says he doesn't, hold on.
I don't.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, so.
Swing by here.
Bob's gonna have a
Come by
benefit.
my house.
You gotta speak
Do you
up
have a
on
cell
that side
phone?
over there.
Pardon?
Do you have a cell phone? You don't have a hotspot on your cell phone?
I don't believe so.
Oh, well, then you just swing by here or go to Starbucks
Oh,
or come
okay.
by my house. All right. I'll give you
See, the whole point of it was that you could sit at home and you could download this and have it on your thing.
Why don't we take what's here and Councilman Nelson, if you would like to bring it back so that he adds Wi-Fi to it, because since it is income, I think we have to probably put it on the agenda to come back to us. We could not approve that.
Well, we could approve this part of it.
We could
okay?
approve this.
Yeah.
But this is a one,
This, we
it's
could
a
approve
once a
this
month,
with
you can
not-
swing by
Okay.
here for
All right.
45 seconds.
And if we
You
want to
got it.
bring that
Just drive
back,
by-
let's bring it
just pull
back.
up in front of the
so-
building.
I'm gonna tell you, I prefer option B because I think it provides the most flexibility for anybody. Now, I won't be taking advantage of it because I have an iPad and it's fine with me with my iPad.
I agree.
Huh? Yeah, with iPad's fine with me. I use.
You can't load Adobe on it, you see, you can't do that. It won't take Adobe.
They got other.
They got a conversion.
They got other software to do that. I may take advantage of that to get some of the software to do notes on it or something like that, but they're only $15, $20 or something like that.
Yeah, but you can give us the file server, right? You download the whole schmear.
Yeah, so, and I'll have to play with that, because if I send the entire 180-page, 200-page agenda packet,
It will likely be so large it will kill any email.
But I haven't. Why not just
No,
do a
no, a
drop?
file
Why
server,
not?
you can
Why
do
not
a
do a
Dropbox,
Dropbox?
yes.
Just do a Dropbox and send everybody the link to the Dropbox. And you download it right there. That's the
Takes it a
easiest way to
minute
do
and
it.
Downloads it.
Yeah.
And that's just me. I haven't
You
used
send
it.
them an email with a link to the
Figure it's pretty
Dropbox,
simple.
and it's that
Kim will know
simple.
how to do it.
All right, is there a motion on the table?
I'll move option B with coming back for later meeting for connectivity.
That's a good deal.
Coming back at a later meeting? I
Yes,
didn't catch that.
probably July when I'll be here.
For the Wi-Fi?
Yeah, for the Wi-Fi.
What month would you like to come?
July.
Okay.
I figured it was July.
So I'll research carriers and see who has the best plan.
I gotta tell you, I don't need it. Mayor doesn't need it. The only issue on this one is Bob.
Well, if
I
you
guess
need,
the
if
question
you
is,
need
do
it,
you- I mean,
then
we
we'll
can
we'll
work
vote
something
it
out.
in, and
Yeah.
whoever
Is that-
needs
is
it
a
can
big-
use
You don't have
it.
it in the
Use
office?
it.
Okay,
No Wi-Fi in the office?
Yeah, we have Wi-Fi.
Rick,
There you go, you're
Rick,
good.
You got Wi-Fi at your office?
bring it back.
Yeah, we
If you
did.
don't need to
Oh,
use
gosh.
it, then you don't use it. Just like if someone doesn't need to use this expense
Yeah,
or
if you don't
buy
need-
it, then you don't use
cause
I'm
it.
just trying to eliminate the even deal if you don't need it.
No,
You got
no,
Wi-Fi
no,
in the office.
no.
You want
Let's
to put it like that,
let's leave it in there.
Leave
I'm moving this and I don't need it, you
don't
know?
need it.
And I don't need it, I'm
Nobody
not
needs
gonna
except
use
you.
it.
We'll
But
put it
I
on if you
wanna
need
get
it,
us
and if
away
you don't
from
get it in your
having these
office.
books.
Well,
Okay, there's a
I don't
motion.
know how much longer I'll be working.
And we
in
can
my
also
office,
request a book if we wish, right?
You can
so I
request
might
book
be-
if you wish.
Oh.
So we'll
Will
proceed
not
with
be viewed
option B.
favorably.
You won't, you
Do
won't.
we need to take a vote?
It will not be viewed favorably when you ask for one.
Plug it and,
I have internet
test
at home.
it.
Run into that. That's the meeting,
I'm on the wrong one.
Just plug it into the.
I wrote down the wrong.
Did I get a second on?
Bob, wait, but Bob's got it.
Yeah.
Bob's got it. He's got it. It's
Well,
internet.
It's okay, it's not an issue.
Let's take care of this one, Rick. I got a motion and second on the floor.
Okay, what?
You seconded
Option B.
option B.
Option B was coming
That's
back
what
in
you
July
seconded, Rick.
with the connectivity. We'll come back in July with the
I
connectivity
thought you were
policy.
tying it up with the Wi-Fi.
I did,
No.
it did.
We don't need to now, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just don't want to.
See, I'm trying to decipher the need to bring it back.
You
I don't
said
think we need
Bob
to.
had it at his office, but he should
Oh,
not be.
now he just told me he has internet at home.
Let's take
Oh.
it in two separate motions
Oh,
and fix it. How's that?
Okay.
We have a
Alright.
first and a second on option B.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes. Make another motion.
I won't do the second if nobody says that no one needs it.
I mean, we could.
If no one needs it.
address it. If he
If
needs
we need it, I'll bring it back at a later, if we need it.
All right.
Yeah. Let's do that.
So we're done?
We'll
Bob, are
implement
you
it
good
and
with
then
that?
we're done.
All right.
Bob, are you good with that?
I mean, if you want.
All right.
I mentioned the first couple times, we'll download it here so we can test it out together and then.
All right. All right, we've
Yeah,
got,
when are we going to start this, by the way?
Next meeting.
well, yeah, give us, give us,
2 months.
well, we can start it when we get it.
We'll start it next month.
Jared, can you still, if you send it all out together,
Can we
we
move
still
this?
get links?
Rick, all he has to do is put in a drop, are you familiar with Dropbox?
Yeah,
Have
but
you used
that's
it?
not my question. I
Yeah.
know he can send us the data.
Yeah.
My question is, see, right now, it's kind of cool. You can run right through the agenda, and I got all my notes right here.
Yeah.
but you touch it and boom, the document pops up. If you don't care about the document or you're familiar with it, or it's a consent item, whatever, you can just
So
roll right on through it.
Yeah.
You can provide us with the
You don't have
software,
to go
right?
through 180 pages. You go through 2 or 3 pages.
have to do this.
of the whole
But you
document
say,
read 'em.
you say you want it that way rather than having the links in there.
I know, I like the links, but if you could send us the entire data file and we could still link it. In other
Can we-
words, instead of me hitting this and it
Can we-
links on the web.
Let's wait for
He
that.
hits this and it just pulls it up off another file on my computer. That's the best.
Let's finish our
Can you do
meeting,
that?
and let's deal with the minutia of how we get our documents
He
at
said
that
he could do
time.
it. That's what I was excited about.
Okay,
Okay.
Councilman Nelson, do you have anything to add?
No.
Councilman Colacott?
Yes, I attended the Orange Unified School District City Schools meeting on the 18th, and this was reported by one of the speakers earlier today. Orange Unified School District is currently in escrow to close on sale of 2 campuses for a total of $35 million. So they should have money to solve some of these problems. And maybe even, paint up our high school.
Okay.
My turn?
Yes, Bernard?
Well, I suspect that I attended a fire, got them all, so I attended a fire authority meeting. And that meeting would have involved, probably some union labor negotiations I can't talk about, and we constantly now address the pending state legislation. I think it's AB 1217, is that right, Jared?
Yes. 1217.
That is a bill that I think is union promoted to reduce the size of the board of directors for the fire authority from 25 to 13. And that would essentially exclude Villa Park from further participation in a number of other cities. It was strongly objected to. I think all but one city unanimously voted to object. A bunch of representatives went to Sacramento. They tried to kill it in committee. They didn't get it. It went today, as I understand it, to the Assembly, and they passed it 44 to 25. And now it moves on. So you can kind of see you've got a joint powers agency that was created by the county in 23 cities, virtually all of whom unanimously oppose that and want to continue their representation. And the union brought it up and has got the legislature bowing to the union, terminating the city's rights to participate in their own joint powers agency.
But we're still liable to pay for everything.
Of course. So there you go. There's another lesson in
Another step towards more socialism. There we go.
special interest in unions.
Could they, could the members of the Orange County Fire Authority reformat the fire authority into
To
districts?
another organization.
To break it down into smaller bite-sized pieces so that there would be representation?
Could the board do that, or
No,
could the
could the
group?
cities, that
Maybe-
members,
I suppose that, I think it takes 2/3 majority or something, but I suppose you could amend the joint powers agreement to do something. Now, the funding for that comes from 2 places. One, contracts between the fire authority and the city for contracting cities. The other ones are structural fire fund cities who have contracted to have a structural fire fund assessment included in your property tax bill. That goes to the county, and the Board of Supervisors dole that out, and they give it to OCFA. So if you were to make changes or withdraw, there's an issue about how much authority you have and whether and to what extent this Board of Supervisors would be obligated to provide you with that funding. And that is a huge fight coming between the city of Irvine and the Board of Supervisors, because the Fire Authority Board voted to rebate money to the board, to the
City of
city of
Irvine.
Irvine. And there's a fight now between the Board of Supervisors and the Fire Authority that's pending. In fact, I think it's headed for the Supreme Court. Is that one? No, there's another issue. In any event, it's up on appeal. And the issue is, I guess, whether OCFA can allocate that money back to Irvine when the use is designated as a fire use, and the Board of Supervisors has control. So in any event, it's a mess. Irvine is threatening to bail out if they don't get their way.
I
problem
guess what I was
is,
thinking
there's no
more
assurance
is
they'll
if
get
you,
the money.
if you could go back and all the cities that are current participants could collectively agree to reorganize or restructure the organization so that it, instead of being one organization, it could be four organizations.
You couldn't get those 23 cities to agree on anything.
Okay.
I don't think, okay? So that's one of the arguments that they made, the fire authority that the union, I think, made, is it's too big and,
Yeah.
unwieldy. Their motivation, I'm sure, is that it's too large and it's too much hassle to lobby all those people. We want a smaller group to lobby.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, that's.
But it's just so strange that the state can come down, it's a county affair.
I know. It's more than a county. I mean, it's a joint powers agency created between the county and the cities. And they've all signed on it. They have the ability to amend it. And yet, sounds like maybe the state has the authority to usurp them all, so.
Sounds like it's going to court to me.
The union goes in and usurps the authority of 22 unanimous cities. I mean, it is kind of unbelievable. I understand it, even the Assemblyman draft the bill, or sponsored the bill, is having some problems, but that's the vote, so. I know, it is amazing. You gotta wonder, what the motivation is to do that.
Control.
No, I mean, what the motivation is for the Assembly to pass that over the objection of all the participating governmental elected bodies. I mean, how do you do that? You could say it's more cost efficient, but they're only paying $100 a month. You could pay that.
They save $1,200 a month.
Yeah, they saved $1,200 a month. That agency's burned so much money, they couldn't find $1,200. So it's hard to believe. I really don't understand it. I'm just kind of so sick of it.
It'll be the SEIU next, so.
It's, anyway, I guess we're done.
No, Councilman Mills?
Yes, we went to the Metropolitan Water District meeting a week and a half ago, and got a big lesson on how the water is going to be here, hopefully. And that was over at the Disneyland Hotel, and Mayor Passanelli went as well. I also went to a vector control meeting. Several things passed there. The city of Villa Park voted no on all of the pay raises, by the way.
How much were they?
They wanted 5% and things like that, but it didn't come out quite to that. But and also they wanted to have an extra day at work, but not have to show up. So I voted no on
Day
that
at
one.
work would not have to show up. You mean extra day of pay and not have to show up?
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, extra day of pay without showing up to work. I voted no on that one as well.
Good
So,
vote.
and then also I voted no on the fact that they want to, even though it's not much money, it's a matter of principle, they wanted to raise rates so they have more money for all of the districts 1 and 2 in the county for the vector control. Now, it's a matter of maybe $50 or $40 a parcel. For the people in the South County, for us, it's about $12. But, and they wanted to reserve the right to raise it another 50 cents as well. I voted no on that as well. It's not, because they have plenty of money and there's plenty of waste there.
There's another fire ant fiasco?
Pardon me?
Another fire ant fiasco. You remember they got us?
Oh,
for
no,
the
now
fire
we've got
ants?
the,
The yellow
the
jacket
yellow fever
mosquito.
mosquito.
Yeah,
So did
okay, that's
these,
the new- that's
did
the
all
new
of these
threat.
increases pass?
Pardon me?
Did all these increases pass?
No staff increases, but everybody got bumped up on the, on their classifications. So there's more room for them to move up and down the
Well, I
ladder.
think what he was asking is any of the revenue increases passed.
Well,
No, well,
in
it
a-
actually doesn't matter because the land values and all the sales going on in the county automatically raise everything anyway.
Right, but they didn't pass the increase that you voted
Yes,
against.
yes, they did.
They
They
passed
passed
it
all
anyway.
of them.
We were in the minority.
Okay, well, you know what, then I'll just let you know that I voted against all of the fire authority contract, and those all passed too.
Sure, they passed it anyway. Because everybody in there is just like, well, okay. So, that's that. And then I also attended a harassment training at the Orange County Sanitation District, which lasted several hours. We had a attorney that does nothing but harassment. She was also a defense lawyer for that, so she was very good at all the questions that were raised. And it was quite the crowd in there, and it was very interesting, and actually was kind of fun. But it was good training to understand. Basically, I can say nothing. So that's what it boils down to. So there's that, and then, of course, I have a board meeting tomorrow night at the sanitation district. And lots going on there with the movement of the big deal, of course, is all of the, as Bob knows, I think many of you have been down to Newport Coast lately, you know that they've got the whole thing dug up down there because a lot of the action of the sanitation district is actually in Newport Beach and Costa Mesa, because everything that comes down to there, they got to pump back up to Fountain Valley, so it can be processed. So there's a lot of equipment and stuff they have going on there. And now, also this particular year, the rates for the earthquake insurance, which they've never had in the history of the sanitation district, now it looks like they wanted to buy it. And I said, if you haven't bought it in the past, why do you need to buy it now? Well, it turns out the rates came down. There's a complicated formulas about the packages of all these insurances that they have, because they've got like $500 million worth of gear down there, all spread out all over the county. So the sanitation district. So it's quite an operation. And the outfalls are working properly. Usually none of the events that happen at the beaches are ever the cause of the sanitation district. It's other ones, usually the storm sewer runoff is where the big perpetrators are. Or unless there's some weird spill, but they are prepared for everything there. They are prepared. And that's another one of the agencies where they do not pay, the employees do not pay any of their pension costs. It's all taken care of by the district, but now there's movement to rectify that as they go along. That's it.
You know, one of the things I argued at fire is that we should pattern after San Diego. San Diego couldn't get rid of their defined benefit plan, so apparently to go ballot. And 2-1, city voted to get rid of the defined benefit plan. So now they're on a defined contribution plan, a 401k type plan. 11% each side pays. I ran the numbers based upon the interest rates that they use for our defined benefit plans here for CalPERS. Based on that, with a $100,000 income, which is probably very conservative for fire, based on that with a 30-year plan, there's $2.5 million in the retirement fund at the end, and I couldn't even get anybody to look at it.
For each fireman?
$2.5 million. On that basis, you'd have $2.5 million cash in the fund at a 30-year mark. And just no interest.
It's pretty nice.
All right.
I wish.
For a non-dangerous job.
All right, we have, my whole month has been consumed with water. I attended the water forum also, and I'd like to just make mention to the council that if you do receive phone calls regarding people's water bills, because since the rates, the base rate letter did go out today, and to give you an example, I did reduce. I've done the numbers. With a $189 water bill, my fine will be $125. So it's high. I want you to be aware of it. It's difficult to ascertain how that fine is calculated because they did provide it to the residents here. And I did do it. It'll come up automatically on their bill in July, but be aware that you'll probably receive phone calls from the residents. I'm getting them and referring them back to Serrano. But I just want you guys to be aware of that the penalties are high.
It's a formula? I thought it was just $200.
No, it's not. It's a formula.
It's a formula if you go
so-
over a certain percentage.
And it is gonna
And
be
it's
high.
one times 1.5%.
It's very difficult.
0.5.
So.
It's rather onerous.
It is,
And what they didn't mention in the town hall meeting, he alluded to it, was the 74 cents increase.
yes.
That was in the rate letter today.
There's a few issues. I mean, again, this is a work in progress because they haven't had this before. There's been questions, what if people can't pay their bill?
Are the penalties tiered?
Um,
Does it go higher, you get higher?
It goes higher based on your
Based
usage.
on how much you
The more
go over.
violation, the
Yeah,
higher
based
the
based
rate.
on your usage, it does.
Okay,
But
yeah.
there is issues about if people can't pay their bill. I suggest, and if there's anybody out there looking at this, if there is an issue, we did have a resident walk in right when I was walking in today who had an issue. You need to call Serrano. If you feel you have a question, they were coming to City Hall to say, hey, I now have 4 people in my home. What am I supposed to do? You need to take those questions to Serrano. We can't answer that question at all. So just try to educate everyone when they call you. As a,
How much is the rate going up?
74 cents, I think.
74 cents
From
per,
301.
Per unit?
From 301 to 375.
Per unit, right?
so it's going
So
up
25%.
25% or so.
25% increase.
While we're on Serrano Water, the town hall meeting is being replayed daily, 10 a.m. and 6 p.m.
Yes, I've seen that, thank you for doing that. Tomorrow, I am going to be joining Mayor Tate in a kindness conference because he has made an initiative to be the kindness city, and he is honoring the Dalai Lama for his birthday in the city of Anaheim. So I am letting you guys be aware of that. I will be with him tomorrow, and it's called the Kindness Initiative. He has asked for our city to adopt that also. I will return with information, but again, the Dalai Lama will be here, and he is coming specifically in Anaheim because of that specific issue.
So you going to Disneyland?
He probably will, yes.
All right.
But not with us, but that would be actually nice, but I will report back on that, but it is something nice. And I'll see everyone back on June 9th for our budget study session. Okay. Graduations are abound, Jared. Awards, the streets of Serrano, the streets of Center, Taft will be very busy for the next 2 weeks. You might want to alert our sheriff. There is something almost every single night going on, and there might be some accommodations coming from the schools asking for parking to be opened. They come to you, so you could be aware of that. They've come to me, and I've referred them to you. And with that, good night. And
Adjourned.
hopefully I'll see some of you in the next meeting.
You know, it's amazing.